to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It is Monday. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
And we have a wonderful show for you this morning. I'm not going to freak out about the fact that the KBS has done a little jumping this morning. It'll all take care of itself. It will be fine. I always wonder when that happens. I'm like, okay, do we need to do the old unplug, plug back in, or is it just like a couple of weeks ago where OBS just has its really weird days? I don't know. I have no idea. We will see. Luckily, I changed our settings in OBS back when we had the last travesty week, and now it doesn't drop frames. It just delays the stream a little bit for other people. So you guys, you'll never know the difference. But I can look at it, and that's what annoys me. It's this weird thing where once it gets to 5,000, like it's green the whole time, and then when it gets where it's supposed to be, it turns red and goes to like 3,000. I don't know.
That's a problem.
It's a strange deal. But at any rate, welcome to the show. Hope you're ready for a good one. We've got one for you. It was an eventful weekend. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Johnny's here. The members only show got you guys $50 in, so that's very cool. Hopefully we just knock that stupid goal out like we did Friday, and we're good to go. People in the chat saying it's working. Yeah, it's going to work great for you guys. I'm just going to see that color, and it's going to annoy the shit out of me. Only this time it's red.
My favorite color, ironically.
Oh, I fucking hate it. It turns me mentally ill when I see it.
I love it even more now.
Yeah. It makes me go, fuck, I can't focus on doing my show. There's a lot of elements of me that are still very much radio guy and not streamer guy. I've really fought ever being streamer guy, and luckily I never became streamer guy. Seeing just that basic, just something as basic as that light just fucking annoys the shit out of me. That makes it so I can't do my job 100% of the way. But I also want to see you. So here, look, if I go like that, boom, there. I just dragged the OBS window down enough where I can't see the green. And
there
now
we go.
I'll be fine. Now we're good, guys. Now we can do a good show. Plenty to do. Johnny, how was the weekend?
It was pretty busy for me. I had my daughter most of the weekend doing a bunch of just different little stuff around the house, playing with my new phone. She loves taking pictures, so it was photo session with my daughter all weekend, pretty much.
Okay. I went golfing with a buddy and April on Saturday. I drank, which means yesterday I ate, which means
today you're dog shit.
Today I'm puffy and awful. And, the kid's here all day tomorrow, or all day today. Can't get to the gym till tomorrow to sweat some of this garbage out. So here we go. Just to, it's just you're always teetering. I'm teetering on that edge of going back to where I was, which was 235, 240. I'm always a day away. I step on the scale this morning and I go, okay, you got to fucking watch it today, or you're going to cross over into Fucketsville.
Yeah, you're a muffin away, and you really love the carbs.
Yeah, I'm a carb man. I'm a carb man. So yeah, I just look at it today and I'm like, all right, life is choices. Today, you do a little light eating and drinking lots of water, and we're gonna piss our way down under 225 again, and then we'll get back on the right track.
I love the term light eating.
Light eating. Yes. Well, I want some kale chips today. Let it be known. And then, I always count on Thursday. I count on sparring day. I'm like, oh, if I don't eat like a fat whale after sparring, I can usually count on myself dropping a couple pounds in a 24-hour period. So I always try to get myself to a spot Thursday where 2 pounds is going to be like, basically what I'm trying to say is you guys only see me here for 4.5 hours a day. I'm severely mentally ill, and I probably need help. But if I don't
only see me here and I'm 215, as soon as I leave, I pick up 28 pounds just laying on the ground.
28 more. It's remarkable. Also, this morning, I don't know if you guys saw, if you went there, if you're on it or if you're not, Twitter has officially changed the logo. I don't know if they're still called Twitter. I don't know if we're supposed to call them X. But as you can see here, if you look in the upper left, if you look in the upper left, the little Tweety bird is gone. And now we have an X. And, it was really interesting. What people found out is if you post a video on Twitter and you're supposed to call it X, you are technically posting X videos. And people caught on to that. And X videos was trending yesterday. And even the people who run X videos, they were saying, holy shit, why is our web traffic up? Like, we're having our greatest web traffic day of all time. And it turns out it's because...
What the hell did we do?
Yeah.
Did we load a snuff?
It's because of Twitter. So it doesn't matter. That's the craziest part about it. So much of the internet is people talking about shit that doesn't matter. That you have a show like this and you go to have a take on something and you're like, wait a minute, I'm retarded if I have a take on this.
It's almost like politics.
Kind of like politics, but at least in politics, once in a while, they'll do something that
more importantly, there's consequences.
Right. It affects your life, usually in a remarkably negative way. But with like Twitter X, it's like you start discussing it with people and you all should like take turns slapping each other and you go, none of it doesn't matter. Like, who get like that? Oh, I think the marketing idea of changing it to X maybe. And like, you should all stop when you catch yourselves talking like that and go, yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Like a circle slap where one person starts and another person, it doesn't matter. Why are we talking about this? And then he goes off and everybody just steps in. You can act like a man.
You can act like a man. What's the matter? Here's what you should all be saying. If you catch yourselves at work today in a conversation about Twitter changing its logo to an X, I want you to do this for me.
Yeah, that's gay. We're gay.
That is the perfect way to respond to that conversation. It's just, you're gay, embrace it, move on to the next conversation.
Enjoy it.
But Johnny, what are the impacts for the marketplace with this new... I'm joking, everyone. I want to say thank you to Shannon, and I want to say thank you to Al's Chicken Farm. They both contributed a combined $20 over the weekend, meaning we knocked out last week's goals, and now we're about 55 into today's goal. So thank you very much for being a wonderful audience and supporting this program. All right, let's catch up with the chat, Johnny, and then we've got plenty to talk about, including, and I'm going to say it, for some reason this one doesn't make me hate myself. I don't hate this little cutesy nickname. We're going to talk about Barbenheimer.
God, I hate you.
You really don't like it, do you?
I don't like Barbenheimer because, like, all right, I get it. Barbie is the hot movie, and Oppenheimer is a big deal.
You get it? They put them together.
Yeah, but why are you putting them? They are the complete opposite of each other. All right. One is a movie about vapid people being vapid, and it's just mindless entertainment.
And the other one's Barbie.
Oh, well, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. isn't.
And they said Matt Damon's in it, too. See, I know so little about Oppenheimer. I hate to be this guy, but I don't give a shit about, like, the making of the atomic bomb.
I give a shit, but I don't think it's worth, like, I think it's like a 2-hour movie, and it's just
It's a Christopher Nolan movie. It might be 4.
oh god, and it's gonna be because it's Christopher Nolan. It's gonna be dark. It's gonna be very emotional. It's gonna be like dreary and stuff. It's like we get it. He was inventing a destructive weapon, and he didn't know if he was doing the world a favor or a disservice, and there was great potential, but he saw man's ability to misuse it. We get it.
I hope that in the movie, Einstein's just like an autistic Jew who's like, what are you so worried about? Let's get this shit done and go home. Like Oppenheimer's having these struggles about the bomb, and Einstein's like, well, the world is human. Like he's very philosophical about it. He's like, humanity's end game is to destroy itself. So, away we go. No, I think Einstein had problems too. I think pretty much everyone who helped make that had
problems with it.
Yeah, they were scarred by it for the rest of their lives.
Because they knew exactly what they were making. It was a giant bomb that creates a very unique type of pollution. And the thing is like the potential for the technology to be, good and do great things was there. But like I said, people aren't going to let that happen.
And Oppenheimer looked at Einstein and he looked at him and he said, an entire new generation of weapons with this at its core. And that was, you know what? I got that wrong. That was Obadiah Stane.
Yeah, no.
Said that.
I believe Oppenheimer was the one who had said that, imagine if your father helped give us the atomic bomb. Imagine if he was as greedy as you were.
Yes, exactly. It is incredible. Like that war, we fought that war because we were like, yeah, goddamn Nazis and them slaughtering innocent people. And then when it came to the war crimes trial, they were like, well, we were just following orders. And we're like, that doesn't matter. Mass murder is mass murder. It's like, okay, what if we extend the same thing to Oppenheimer and Einstein? Like they were like,
or us for using the bombs on Japan.
That's what I mean. Like they create them. And like both of them had problems with it. They were like, this technology should be used for good shit. And it's like, then use it for good shit. And they're like, well, they're telling us we have to slaughter 500,000 people with it. We're like, but you could tell them that you won't. And they're like, they'll just find somebody else. I'm like, how is this different than the Nazi excuse? You're using the it's like the old Norm Macdonald thing. Like, it's amazing. I was studying history the other day. And in every war, it turns out the good guys won. And I'm like, you look at what the Allies did, and it's not like it was this terrible, evil Nazi group and then this really shining light, white beacon of hope Allied group that ended up pushing them back. I mean, the Russians were as evil as the Nazis, and then we're the only country to nuke somebody, and we nuked them twice. And then
once to show them we mean business, the second time to keep them in line.
Well, the first time to show them we mean business, the second time to tell the Russians not to fuck with us. That was about it. But Oppenheimer and Barbie were the big movies this weekend. Good for them. April, I think, is going to see Barbie tomorrow. She's scouting. One of the neighborhood kids came over this weekend and told our kids that, the Barbie movie's good for people our age, like 9 or 10, and it's rated PG-13. So now our daughter is like, can I go? And April made her a deal. She's like, look, I'll go first. I'll go watch the movie. I'll scout it, see if it's okay for, 9 or 10-year-olds. And then if it is, I'll bring you.
I'm pretty sure it is.
But she's like, I'm not going in blind to a PG-13 movie and bringing a 9-year-old.
Fair enough, but I mean, the characters don't have actual genitalia.
That's a good point. Kind of like school kids now.
And like the closest thing to a sex scene is when Ken asks to sleep over and Barbie goes, what will we do? And I don't know. They have no idea what they're going to do.
Do some nub rubbing?
No, not even nub rubbing. They're not nubs. He loves Barbie, but he has no idea what sex is. It's a weird.
How would they do it?
They wouldn't.
They can't even be gay because there's nothing to be gay with. I guess you could just tongue each other's assholes.
Yeah. Gotta hope G.I. Joe shows up to give you some good rogers.
Yeah, that's right. Get down and give me 50, maggot. It's basically Sergeant Slaughter. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 starting us off today says, good morning, everyone. Let's meet the goal today. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Well, you guys are already under $300. Great job. You want to go to PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble, YouTube. Go bananas. Everybody throw in $5. Let's knock this thing out immediately. Thank you, buddy. $2.95 away. Thanks, boys and girls. All right, let's go to, let's get into the chat here a little bit today. Holy fuck, do I have a ways to go. I'm going to jump around a little bit because we got lots to do today. Hung Solo says OBS, kind of like taking a shit and getting a little poo on the finger when wiping. Okie dokie. Tobo Chili Recipe says you're teetering on being grossly obese. That's kind of how I feel. Triple N says carbs are the enemy. It's fat bastard, of course. Roots Calhoun says, I am on my 4th peanut butter and jelly for breakfast. Decided to lean in, did you?
I almost had a PB&J for breakfast.
They are good. I mean, they're an ageless sandwich. Meat Drapes renewing his Baby Boot membership for a 13th month. Thank you, guys. Becoming a member on YouTube is great. Thank you very much. Gifting them is cool, too. Thank you, guys, very much for your support. Coctive says, just do a TikTok video telling everybody fat is beautiful. Dude, I'm not kidding. That TikTok fucks people's heads up. I've seen it with multiple people. They go in rabbit holes. They start watching people saying really stupid shit. And all of a sudden, they dye their hair purple, and they're insane.
I fucking can't take the Sports Illustrated like swimsuit edition. Like they showed a bunch of the models on there, and they were talking about one lady. Like, how do you deal with all of the like the backlash and the criticism? And she's just like, I block and benefit. And I'm like, okay. And then I looked at the pictures, and I'm like, oh God, how are you getting anything but criticism? It's right. Just, I'm sorry. There was an aesthetic that we were going for, and you went over it. Like, I think you ate several other models. It's just, wow. Like, fine, be comfortable in who you are, but don't expect to be like, a bastion of beauty because you're not.
Like, giving up is a virtue now.
Then I should be the most virtuous person on the planet. I'm not even giving up. I'm being forced to quit.
Yes. Fucking Mother Teresa over here. If giving up is a virtue. But yeah, like you're just getting really fat and then just going, well, I'm happy I'm like this. I'm like, no, you decided to tell yourself you're happy because it all got out of hand. It got away from you, essentially.
And I don't feel like you're happy if you have to keep rubbing it in our face and how happy you are. Right. That's one of the things that I hate the most about really happy people is that I don't have to know. I don't have to look into it. I just see them and I'm like, oh, fuck, they're happy.
You're saying they're...
God damn it.
Yeah, you're saying that those people who protest too much are like Jesse Spano taking the caffeine pills and Saved by the Bell. She's so excited. She's so excited. She's so scared. I have that one somewhere. I don't remember where we put it, but it is one of my favorites. Hey, this one.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
It's one of the greatest moments in television for all the wrong for none of the reasons they intended it to be. It's one of the greatest moments in television. I Taste My Own Pre-Cum, of course, renewing his membership for a 10th month, says, I'm back to watching after 2 weeks. Had myself my first baby. Congratulations, buddy. Michael B says, when you start talking to people about Twitter's X logo instead of the bird and you start discussing it realistically, he says you should be saying, we have a $33 trillion debt. Be funny if that just got interjected every time you caught you and your friends talking about the most retarded shit ever. Like you're just like,
we're still shipping money to Ukraine.
Yes, exactly. Hobo Chili says, good God, Aaron sounds like it's coming right out of Stalin's mouth. Oh, I don't look. I'm just saying that we kind of use the same excuse that the Nazis use like every day, and it's allowed, right?
And after the war, we used a lot of the same people.
Right, and then we used their guys. Like, America is a country that was built by Jews and Nazis working together.
The American dream, melting pot achieved.
Right. We are the ultimate melting pot. We took Jews and Nazis and said, here, build me a superpower. And they said, okay, but we're taking it when we're done. It's like, oh, well. You know what it is? America is that superpower where just like the regular white Christian people didn't read the fine print of the loan. And they didn't realize that it's like, basically we signed a reverse mortgage with the Jews and Nazis. And we were like, hey, look, we're getting these checks every month. And they're like, we own your house when it's done. It's like, oh, fuck.
Look, I wouldn't sell you. Oh, fuck. I was trying to do a fucking voice. I
had to do Jewish Tom Selleck.
Yeah, I couldn't get it.
I wouldn't be doing this commercial if I thought it hurt one single senior citizen. Why would I do this? That would be insane. I'd be Meshuggah. Let's see. Hobo Chili Recipe says Patton was right. We should have refitted the German army and added them to our ranks. Yeah, he wanted to fuck up the Soviet Union. Gofa Cure Self, love that name, says Patton said the right thing and was assassinated for it. We defeated the wrong enemy. Yeah, you know, if you study Patton's death, didn't the brakes on his military vehicle not work and he crashed? That's weird.
Yeah, something like that. Weird how that is.
It really is. It always, like, whenever you start, that's why it's just easier to believe, like, the history, what do you call it, the history narrative or whatever, because when you start looking into it and thinking and doing all that shit, you just go, oh, fuck. You're just like, this is shit. It's not.
We're all screwed.
We're all screwed, and we've all been taken for a giant ride. Aaron is a commie, says Roots Calhoun. Fair enough. We saved more lives by using the bomb on both sides, says Michael B. I mean, they say that, but there was also evidence that we could have firebombed Japan into surrender, which also, I guess...
Japan was pretty close to surrendering already. They mostly just wanted to keep their emperor. That was the big thing that we were, big linchpin. We were like, no, we don't want that. That's got to go bye-bye. And then we bombed the shit out of them and let them keep them anyway. You know, like, keep your emperor. We took your.
That's just it. Like, they were like, look, if we retire and we surrender, just let us keep our emperor. And the United States was like, no, unconditional surrender. And they were like, well, no, then we have to keep the war going because you'll humiliate us. And then we're like, all right, then we nuke them. And they're like, just let us keep our emperor and we'll stop. We drop a second one. And they're like, all right, we'll surrender. And then we went, all right, cool, you can keep your emperor. And like, what the fuck did you drop those on us for?
We just wanted to know you'd give in.
Yeah.
Right?
We just actually, Stalin scares the shit out of us, and we wanted to sacrifice 500,000 of your people to let them know we mean
it was
business.
Totally to show Russia what was coming next.
Right. Like, oh, yeah, you guys want to move past Berlin in Europe? Yeah, how about suck my dick? How's that? Let's continue on. I am way behind in our chat. Thank you, somebody, for renewing your Steel Toe membership. I appreciate that. Very, very cool. I have a Triscuit cracker and I'm bloated, says Hobo Chili. It happens to the best of us. I'm just scrolling through a little bit. I agree the bomb was terrible, and now we drone bomb people. Are you happy now, says Philip Sears. Yeah, we're doing great. We're just being really, really good, what do you call it, stewards of the earth.
Upstanding citizens.
Orange Boy says, is it me or does Aaron secretly idolize the Marshmallow Man? He is taking the body shape to a plump level. I look the same. If I wouldn't tell you that my numbers on the scale were off 2 or 3 pounds, you wouldn't know. Gofa Cure Self says, how much fried rice could have been made if more bombs were dropped? See now, how is that? Let me ask you a question. How is that helping? How is that helping?
I don't know. That's not how you make fried rice.
Rational Redhead says, according to my daughter, the actual plot of Barbie may be too deep for younger kids. All right, well, there we go.
Yeah, but kids don't need to absorb the plot. If they enjoy watching the movie, it's mission accomplished.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you just watch the pretty colors and all that. Look, there's a lot of stuff in actual kids' movies where if you're an adult, you're just kind of like, yeah, that's great. As long as the kids don't know what the hell that was, we're good. You know, I mean, even in kids' movies, there's kind of adult-themed shit. Like, SpongeBob would throw some adult jokes in there once in a while. Like, cartoons have always done that. They'll throw some grown-up shit in there because the people who made it are adults, and they know that parents are going to be watching and bored out of their fucking skulls. So they'll throw them
times.
Yeah, they'll throw them a bone every once in a while. Thank you very much to Scarface for getting us started over on PayPal this morning. says, forget Barbie and Oppenheimer. A great movie would be a crossover of the great World War II hero, Klaus Barbie. By the way, you can't call her Nazi Barbie because that's redundant. Barbie is kind of a Nazi Barbie. All right.
She is a collection of eugenics. You don't get there naturally.
Right, exactly. She was made in a lab called Maytel. 290 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Keep her going. Keep her moving. Thank you. Fuck you, dude, says, morning, guys. Just got here. Jesus, Aaron, did you inject pork fat directly all weekend? I am 2 pounds heavier than the last time you saw me. 2 pounds.
There's no roast Stay Puft marshmallows.
There's
by the fire at Camp Wakanda.
Was it Camp Wakanda? What? Do you have the right camp? Because that sounded like Wakanda.
No, I thought it was Camp Wakanda.
Was it really Camp? You know what? Hey, there's only
I have no idea.
There's only one way to find out. Ghostbusters Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We'll figure this shit out. Choose the form of your destructor.
Oh no. What?
Oh no, it can't be.
Goes the destructor.
Hold on.
Whatever we think of. I couldn't help it. It just popped in there.
What just popped in there, Ray?
What? What just popped in there?
I tried to think.
Look!
Oh no.
No! It can't be.
What is it?
It can't be.
What did you do, Ray? Oh, shit.
The best villain ever.
I can't show it, otherwise we'll get in trouble. But it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Oh.
Something that could never, ever possibly destroy us. Mr. Stay Puft.
Nice thinking, Ray.
We used to roast Stay Puft marshmallows by the fire at Camp Wakanda.
Oh my
right.
God, it is, yeah.
The fire at Camp Wakanda. I knew it.
The Black Panther was there, the whole deal. It's crazy.
Vibranium marshmallows.
Roots Calhoun says Aaron gained 2 pounds in his second chin. Thank you. Dario says the show has taken a downturn as we evaluate Aaron's body. That's how I feel. So why would you want to do that? Why would you
it's
want
uplifting for me.
Yeah. MSO says no April, no goal. There we go. MSO has officially made his prediction for today early on.
Hurtful MSO.
Dub says Michelin Man advertisement opportunity missed. I just don't. I decided not to abandon dignity yet. What can I say? All right, let's get into the things we have today. I started. Look, I purposely started with Twitter X, whatever it's called now. I started with Barbie. I started with Oppenheimer because we got some shitty things to talk about. But also later today, more Crowder behind the scenes news.
Ooh.
Yeah. It just, I'm not saying I feel bad for the guy yet, but Jesus fucking Christ, man. I mean, can employees just stop ratting on what is clearly a man struggling with homosexual tendencies? I mean, there's new sexual harassment allegations from former Louder and it's just, it's gay and it's not gay, but it's kind of gay and it's gay. So
making your employees sign NDAs totally makes you look innocent in all of this.
It does. Yeah. You can't talk about anything that we do here. We're not doing anything wrong here. Trust me. So we'll get
me a potato.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little. Yeah, I forgot the potato thing. Yes, get me a potato. Sometimes Steven wants a potato. And when Steven wants a potato, for Christ's sake, get Steven a potato. So, before we get to that, Oppenheimer made, I think, $80.5 million this weekend. Barbie made $155 million.
Oppenheimer can pay reparations to Japan.
Oh, yeah, and give a couple bucks. And in exchange, Japan can give them delicious whale meat. But they took a combined $302 million on Sunday. 302 mil. How does that work? 235 million. Oh, okay. It was the fourth highest grossing industry weekend of all time in North America, totaling 302 million. So all the movies like in the theaters did a combined $302 million. That's amazing because there's been opening weekends where like a Spider-Man movie or something will do like $170 million.
Mm-hmm.
But then I guess when those movies are out, nobody goes and sees anything else.
Well, 100 million of the money made. Oh wait, no, that was on July 4th. Never mind.
Yeah, 155 million for Barbie, 80 million for Oppenheimer. That means there's about 70 million elsewhere. And I guess, Sound of Freedom is still doing all right. And
yeah, despite everybody being prevented from seeing it.
Right. Despite everyone saying, oh, no, this movie's bullshit. And they're like, no, it's based on a true story. No. Like, try telling me, because you feel like a conspiracy theory. This is how it works with conspiracies lately, is that you hear something that sounds insane and you reject it out of hand because you're like, well, I'm not crazy. And then all of a sudden, the people who are accused of engaging in that conspiracy start really talking way too much about how that theory is total bullshit. And you're like, yeah, I know. I already said that. They're like, yeah, but it's harmful and they're doing it. And if you believe in it, then you're this and that. It's like, yeah, no, I get it. I understand. No, you don't understand it. It's really dangerous to spread information like that. And then you look at them, you're like, oh my God, you are a secret pedophile, aren't you? Like they kind of talk you into the conspiracy theory against them. You're like, oh, come on. The world's not secretly run by secret pedophiles. And the secret pedophiles go, right, yeah, it's a conspiracy, just like all their COVID theories. I'm like, okay, wait, now that one ended up being true. That's what, yeah, but it's a conspiracy, just like, the Vietnam War started with a lie. And it's like, okay, but that one did.
That one was, it's a conspiracy like JFK was assassinated. All right, you are gaslighting me, you asshole.
It's like saying we had advanced knowledge of Pearl Harbor and 9/11. I'm like, oh my God, you're a secret pedophile, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Cute kid. What?
Wait, I'm being fucked with. Yes.
No, but what's your son up to after class?
Stop doing that. So you've got coming in behind Barbie, Oppenheimer opened at $80.5 million. What ended up being second? I'm sorry, not second. I mean third. I'm guessing it was that Sound of Freedom, and they don't want to say that.
The weird part is I went, speaking of going down rabbit holes, I went into a rabbit hole of looking into that. I found a guy that does a great video summary of it called Decoy Voice on YouTube. And actually, it might not really be that the like AMC movie theaters and everything, like that they're outwardly trying to repress the movie. It seems like if you go on the Reddits for like movie theater employees and stuff,
yeah,
they really hate the movie. They hate the clientele involved with the movie. And because people are saying it's a QAnon conspiracy movie, they're just eating that up to the point where like, and I don't want to support this. It's a QAnon conspiracy movie. And people will ask, okay, what parts of it are QAnon conspiracies? Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen it, but it's a QAnon conspiracy. So they're just mindlessly schlepping the same idea to the point at which some of the movie theater problems people think are actually literally the people running the local movie theaters harassing that movie.
Yeah, I've heard that too. God, it's just all over a movie too. Dub, thank you for the $5. 07, sir. 285 away. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. This is mean. K-Fall in the Great writes, morning, Corey. Morning, Johnny. Aaron decided to sleep in today. It's 2 pounds. If I wouldn't have said a word, you wouldn't have either. Okay, Johnny, this is why they only want to talk about Barbie and Oppenheimer. In third place, that pesky goddamn Sound of Freedom at $20 million. You know who's behind Sound of Freedom? Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 and Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. By the way, Indiana Jones is down to $6.7 million. That movie bombed hard.
Is Mission Impossible bombing hard? Because I want it to.
It's made $118 million in 3 weeks, I think 2 or 3 weeks.
It's not bombing.
It's not bombing. No, it's only been out for 2 weeks, and it's over 100 million. So, well, here, let's see. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning budget. 291 million. So if that's not counting advertising, then you're talking about like a $500 million movie. So yeah, that movie did technically bomb then.
Oh, it's just, I'm sorry, dude. Like, fucking, the whole Mission Impossible thing has been done to death. Stop it.
Yeah.
And then the commercials and the ads for it, like, we're going to do this amazing bike jump stunt that we've been planning for like 5 years.
Yeah.
It's like, if one thing goes wrong, Tom could die. And it's like, great. But since the movie came out, guess what didn't happen?
He didn't die. And if Tom Cruise doesn't die, I don't want to watch the movie. Let's compare that. Sound of Freedom. Total budget, including advertising, Johnny?
Yeah?
$25 million. Total gross for Sound of Freedom thus far? $125 million.
And that's the funny part. All the shit, whether it's the AMC, like the people at the top or the bottom or both, is only getting more like publicity out for the film, making more people go, oh, I've got to see this movie, apparently.
Right. This movie is like a QAnon conspiracy and everybody's going nuts and it's making a shitload of money. I have to watch it. You're exactly right. You are doing that. Congratulations.
And every time they fuck with the theaters and they're like, hey, all right, so we interrupted the movie. You can't see it. We're giving you free movie passes to come back and see another movie of your choice. And it's like, yes, guess what movie we're going to come back and see, asshole? Like, it's just, it's not going to. Well, it's not going to work.
And the studio that made that movie, Angel Studios, I've never heard of them, but they got an extra $100 million to fuck around with now. So, I mean, that's...
If you thought this first one was bad.
Look out for this next movie, Gay Jewish Hollywood Pedophiles. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, we're just
Crime Grandpa. It's about an old man who finds himself in charge of a company, but he's also been embezzling horribly for years.
Yeah, Lemmy says, I remember when Passion of the Christ came out and people were all up in arms. Yeah, remember that was going to like cause another Holocaust?
Mm-hmm.
The Passion of the Christ, they were like, oh yeah, it peddles an anti-Semitism. And I'm like, no, they're pretty much just showing the story. And I'll be honest.
I love it. Peddles an anti-Semitism. Why is that? Because it makes Jews the bad people. Well, actually, in that story, it just that's I hate to say that. It's what you guys did.
It just so happens that you guys wanted the Romans to murder Jesus. And look, the Romans don't get off scot-free in that movie. They look like boneless, spineless jellyfish pussies in that movie. Like Pilate's like, come on, don't you want to let Jesus go instead of the raping murderer? And they're like, no, I let the rapist, the murderer go and kill Jesus. And he's like, fuck, I really thought. Like Pilate in that movie is like looks at Jesus and goes, fuck, dude, I'm sorry. I really thought that was going to work.
I thought that would work.
Yeah.
I figured like, you know, they'd be like, hey, this guy could rape and murder me. That guy's just going to preach. Well, fuck.
Yeah. It is funny in that movie. That is like, I was probably 13 when that movie came out and I went and saw it. And, you know, you get a day off school to go watch it. You tell your parents you want to go see The Passion of the Christ. They let you skip school to go see it. And
so we know it motivated you.
Yeah, exactly. But it was a good movie. I've only seen it once, though. I never watched it again. But it was a really good movie. And there was just like that moment, even at 13, I was like, when Pilate looks like, oh, sorry, Jesus, I really thought that was going to work out for you. And Jesus is like, it's cool, Pilate. Don't worry. I'm on my path, bro. That was even at 13, I did watch that part of the movie and I went, okay, they're shitting on Jews a little bit here. Like, this is a little, like, it's not like the Romans felt bad that they killed Jesus.
No, they kind of didn't really want to do it. They were more indifferent.
Right.
Like, do we have to be tied into this? We just want to rule everything.
They're like, I got this gladiator Maximus, and he's really fucking thing. Aaron, that is the wrong time frame. You're not even in the right century. Well, fuck me. I'm sorry.
He came after.
Yeah, Maximus came as he was the vengeance of Christ. Was Maximus. Hobo Chili says the only thing Aaron was fixated on was the cat of nine tails, imagining it on his bare bottom in pleasure. That's how it worked. Yes,
Took a lot of work though, because in that movie, Jesus is pretty skinny and emaciated, so it's not like there's a little difference.
Yeah,
between
a little bit. Rational Redhead says Angel Studios is a Mormon company. Oh, well, they had money to begin with then. And 19 kids. Yeah, that's why Mormons made the Sound of Freedom movie, is because the Mormons all have like 9 kids each and they can't keep an eye on them, so they got to shame the child molesters so they don't lose any of theirs. That makes sense. Packer Backer.
The magic underwear protected them. Damn.
Yeah. Packer Backer says Sound of Freedom also has like 25% of the showings as other movies. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not showing it in nearly as many theaters. Packer Backer says people kept pulling the fire alarm at our local theater showing it. Son of a bitch. Can you just let people watch the kid fucking movie? Just let them watch it.
For me, and I was a little disappointed because I looked into this and it's happening at AMC theaters. And we have a Marcus theater, and I'm planning to go see this movie, but I really want someone to fuck with me when I do it, because I just want to walk up to be, hey man, why are you pro pedo?
Why are you pro pedophiles? Like, oh shit. Yeah, it really isn't worth the $10.50 an hour they're paying me, it turns out.
I don't know. It's just, it's not our fault. We're not doing this. Like, right. It just happened.
Just happened. Lemmy says Jim Caviezel was struck by lightning like 3 times filming Passion of the Christ. What? Is
that true?
Oh, hold on a minute. Jim Caviezel, with his awful last name, struck by lightning, Passion of the Christ.
It would explain some of his acting afterwards.
He really did kind of go off the deep end, didn't he?
Well, he went off the deep end.
Isn't he a little bit of a goofy guy?
Yeah, he started seeming more like, it was one of those things where I felt like he took on a role and that role became part of him in a weird way. And now he's just a little off.
Yeah, he kind of became a little bit of Jesus. Well, I mean, even the role he's playing now, he's like rescuing and saving young children from vile butt-fuckings.
He's been doing like law enforcement like roles for a while. So, I mean, it fits, but at the same rate, yeah, he is kind of, Mexican child savior in this movie.
Yeah, here's the this is how we'll take the test. Has he done SVU? Jim Caviezel SVU. Passion of the Christ. Nope, doesn't look like it. We've got no Law and Order SVU for old Jim Caviezel.
I got to get the dung dung on my soundboard.
Dung dung. All right. I watch Brokeback Mountain and have nocturnal emissions, says Hobo Chili. Is there something wrong with me? Not if they're nocturnal. It's technically...
I mean, how much time do you have?
I mean, it's not your fault, right? All right, guys. 285 away. Thank you very much. Off to a great start today. Go ahead and drop us a like, drop us a follow or subscription, whichever platform you're on. Thank you so much. Already picking up over 600 people this morning. Keep that going. Keep sharing. Keep liking. The whole deal. We like to see our audience grow. Rumble and YouTube. I'm loving it, man. Rumble's starting to go like this. Starting to, it was 50-50. Yeah, it was 50-50 there for a while. More people keep, making the jump over to Rumble, and we keep growing by like 30 or 40 followers every live show. So thank you guys very much. We're well over 2,000 followers on Rumble. I'm very excited about that. Thank you. Who knows? Maybe eventually someday. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe exclusive. I don't know. I know this. People are really loving that Rumble Fridays. That's for sure. All right.
Rumble Fridays look fun.
All right, Johnny. Here you go. How you react to what I'm about to tell you tells me whether or not you still have hope, or if you're just kind of, living in the shit and resigned to it and you're okay with it. How you respond to what I'm about to tell you will let me know where you're at. Do you remember Deborah Birx, the head of the COVID stuff at the White House? She was the lady who was always next to Fauci.
Okay.
I
know what we're talking about now.
She was the one who wanted you to stay in your houses and, don't go anywhere, and let her put sick people in nursing homes with old people who die from COVID when they get it. She was kind of the one cheerleading every dog shit crooked decision we made. Well, you're never going to believe this. but former White House coronavirus task force advisor Deborah Birx has been named the CEO of a pharmaceutical company.
What? Aw,
Yeah.
that's good for her. It's almost like it's all a scam.
Okay, so you've given up.
Let's just say this. I've given up because I'm not in a position to do anything. I can't do anything about it. I literally can't.
Right.
I would love to. I would love to see something. I would love to see something vaguely resembling like consequences or results of your actions coming. But apparently, no. We're just gonna ignore that the past 4 years were a giant circle jerk for a bunch of people, and yeah, no, who cares?
Yeah, they're getting their favors in though. But now we're getting to the point now where the pandemic's been over for a little while. It's even the people who are the absolute worst about it have been like, okay, it's time to move on. And now the people who kind of peddled all the bullshit can start quietly taking those nice paydays because enough time has passed where it looks,
Yeah, but could they do it quietly? I keep hearing about it is the problem.
Well, there's...
And this is going to be the big thing, too. The next time, this is a horrible pandemic. My literal response will be, go fuck yourself, all right? This is dangerous. Like, no, it isn't. I'm not believing a word you say because you're full of shit. Like, I am at the point now where at the hospitals, I'm like, why are we still doing COVID stuff? Like, they still ask you, like, have you come into contact with anyone? Like, I get to the point where I'm like, no. Like, come on. Just drop the fucking scam already.
Right. Well... I think the way humanity's going to end is an actual plague's going to come forward, and we're going to poo-poo it because of what they did with COVID. And we're like, oh, yeah, really? Ebola, AIDS, that's airborne? Fuck you. And we're all just going to start bleeding to death in the streets because we didn't listen. And it's like, it's not our fault. You guys fucked us on the first one.
Well, dude, not even the first one. They did a twofer. They did the first one, and they're like, oh, my God, monkeypox. And we're like, hey, man, it seems like it's really contained to just one group of people. No, it can get between anybody, sexual activity and all. Yeah, but it seems like there's one group of people less worried about STD transmission, and it seems to be more prevalent. No. Well, now we're talking about a certain group of people where we're finding monkeypox with dogs and kids. There are no monkeypox.
Right. Yeah, hey, your dog tested positive. Tested positive for what? Well, monkeypox. What monkeypox? Like, hey, wait a minute. Gay people gave it to a dog and a kid, and now we're covering it up. Well, congratulations to Deborah Birx. She is now the CEO of the biotechnology company Armada Pharmaceuticals. The 67-year-old Birx will take over this month and be the new lady in charge at a pharmaceutical company after all her work locking us in our houses and closing down our businesses during COVID. What a gal.
Hey, it only ruined our economy.
She's earned it. Birx said of her new CEO position, I'm thrilled to join Armada at this pivotal time in the company's development. I'm impressed with the scientific platform's quality and the team's commitment to introducing innovative treatment options for patients suffering from serious bacterial infections. I am excited about the recent advances and see multiple opportunities to accelerate the company's progress and drive value creation. Hold on a minute. Aren't you supposed to work on helping people with health problems? Like, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm coming in there. I know we're a medicine company. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the company moving forward and create a lot of value for this company. And I'm like, that sounds like stock price talk. Oh, well, it is stock price talk. Yeah, but are you going to make medicines that help people? We're going to make medicines and tell them they help people? Right. But
but we're not going to do something as evil as like have medicines available that could help people and just tell them no.
You would, yeah, you don't know anything about that.
No. Dude, this is the thing, too, when people are like, oh, can you believe this shit happened in the medical industry? But what are you talking about? The medical industry in this country is the most dirty, corrupt thing in the world. I'm not saying that, like, state health care is better or anything like that.
Right.
I'm just saying what we have has plenty of flaws.
Right. Dario Delfino says, drive value creation. Corporatist jargon is so prevalent now, it's fucking vulgar. Isn't that gross? Like, you're talking about medicines that should help people with bacterial infections, and she's like, I want to drive value creation. It's like, hey, what are you gonna do for streptococcal pneumonitis? And she's like, oh, first of all, next quarter, the dividend payments, will be remarkable. I was like, yeah, but what are you going to do for the sick people?
Vaccine.
Yeah, we're creating a vaccine. For what? You'll see. That would be funny if she's like, hey, we're creating a new vaccine. For what disease? Oh, you guys haven't seen it yet.
Hey, we're creating a new vaccine. For what disease? Don't worry about it. What if I don't want to take the vaccine? You don't get a choice.
Hey. Wait a minute. What's the vaccine for? You'll see. That's not good. Usually it's the other way around. Raymond Pist says, are you both on Adderall? No.
Maybe I should be.
Yeah, Johnny's not on Adderall. Johnny's on some MS medication, but are we both on Adderall? No. Why? Are you on Adderall and you're trying to spot friends? Easy. Easy. You know what Johnny said earlier about, kind of revealing yourself by, protesting a little bit too much? Raymond, shh.
You just done it.
You're going to give it away, stupid. Skeezy says, what are you going to do for sick people? Leech every dime from their bank account, of course. If you do think that the American...
we hired the right person.
Yeah. The American Medical Association is not exactly, or the American medical industry, there is an American Medical Association, but the American medicine business, if you think they think of how is this medicine going to help people first, I've got some really bad news for you. Sorry. I don't want to be the ones to tell the kids there's no Santa Claus, but his fat ass ain't coming down the chimney in the medical industry.
I've been looking for him for 2 decades. Ain't found shit yet.
Yes. Yeah. Raymond Piss says, yeah, but Aaron, you're on Adderall. We can tell. Okay, Raymond, if you think I am, I am. A guy like this,
Does it cause bloating?
Yeah. A guy like Raymond, I just got to cut him loose. I'm sorry. I just imagine watching a funny show and an entertaining show, and you're just like, I have to make myself part of it, and I have to find out if they're on Adderall. It's like, or you could just enjoy yourself and join the show with the other 600 people that are watching. And you're like, no, the Adderall thing. I think that's the way to go. Like I said, I got to stop fighting the radio guy in me and just embrace him, because radio broadcasters are better broadcasters than streaming people. And I think it's just got to be cut them loose. Don't try to save them. Don't try to, because you hammer them into the ground and you shit all over them. And then they have no soul, so they just oh, okay, you can beat me up. I'll just keep going. You're like, you know what? I think you just got to cut them loose.
There's no winning here.
Yeah. Lemmy says, who fucking cares if you are on Adderall? I've never touched a prescription drug without a prescription in my life. In fact,
I don't think that's true. Personally, I don't believe it.
No, I never have. I'm scared. I had, what's the painkiller?
Never touched a prescription drug without a prescription in your life.
Oh, you gave me those pills that one time, but are those prescription?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, then I did. Okay, one time.
Yeah,
one time. I did. But no, I've been prescribed, what's it called? The oxycodone.
Oh, that's some fun shit.
One time I took a
Don't
half.
give me that anymore.
I took a half one. I didn't like it.
Oh God, you are so tissue paperweight, man.
I know.
Fucking here's where I got with oxycodone. I ended up I was taking a couple of them, and then at one point I realized I was just kind of giggling and started to drool a little bit, and I'm like, all right, this is too fun, and we can't keep going. And then yeah, the medical industry had some things that are like, yeah, how about we don't give you that anymore? And I'm like, okay.
Right. It never did it for me. I've always been a booze man, and even that, today I'm tired still, and I had 6 pounders and a cocktail, and on Saturday, and I'm sitting here on Sunday. My eyes are still a little heavy. I'm yawning. People can tell. It's just, I'm not. Some people are meant to be a fucking trash can for uppers or downers. I'm not. I don't.
See, you tell me that, and my inner CIA agent is like, if we could just start slipping him LSD incrementally.
Now that one I've never done.
All right, I have to text April.
That one, no.
She does all the cooking, right? Right?
She does. She does all the cooking. Yes.
All right.
All right. So yeah, Deborah Burks, congratulations. She left her position as the White House coronavirus response coordinator in January 2021. And then a couple years later, she's the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. What a wonderful rags to riches story.
That's
Deborah
just
Birx
upward
is.
mobility.
Yeah, just good for her. It's great
For
to
a
see.
fat bitch, too.
You know, people say that the American dream is dead and that you just can't.
No, it's just most of us.
it's just our insides. That's all. Loaded Wrench says, Addy and Viagra will have you going hard. Jeff Jordan says, I didn't know you like to get wet, Aaron. That's what you had. You couldn't tell? Sherm, P-Dog, PCP. Butt naked. She can buy, Hobo Chili says she can buy more scarves. Be nice. She's in her 60s. The problem is you get that wrinkly accordion turkey neck thing in your 60s, and women want to class it up with a scarf. That's all. Let her have
you
her.
can class it up with a scarf. Here's my suggestion, ladies. A lot of you probably have these in your home anyway. You know those clips you use for the sandwich bags? Just pull the back and clip it, and there you go. You're good.
And then your neck's all smooth. Yeah. All those Hollywood broads paying tens of thousands of dollars to have it done. You can do it with a chip bag. That's all. Just pull it all back like Edgar in Men in Black. Just pull that better, and then clip it.
Plus, you're all about the money. Sell that shit for sponsorship. This lady brought to you by Doritos.
Yes. If you're a real soldier, you can do safety pins. But I'm not advocating anything. That's all I'm saying. Oh, boy. 285 away from knocking out today's goal and doing a half hour of overtime. Hit thumbs up. Hit subscribe. All that other shit. Thank you guys very much. Rumble, YouTube. Thank you both. Let's keep her going today. Let's play this story. I think this is Los Angeles. A woman showed up at a Los Angeles convenience store.
Okay.
And she claimed she was a Powerball winner. The Powerball was like what?
Like 1 point something billion?
Yeah, it was a shitload of money.
And there's literally a ticket that's a single winner.
Right. There was one guy, he won the whole thing, got to keep it all for himself. Well, this woman went to a convenience store in L.A. last week to let everyone know that she won. Okay. She was the winner of the Powerball. She was there to claim her winning ticket. Unfortunately, and I don't know why you would do this, she was lying her fucking ass off.
Well, how? You have to show them the ticket. Where
right.
do you? So, she forged a ticket? What?
I don't understand how you get to the point where you abandon human dignity to the point where you're like, oh yeah, I won the Powerball, and you play it up and you do all this and there's an end game here where they're going to make you show the ticket and you're going to have nothing. So why are you even bothering?
Yeah, what are you hoping for? Maybe the social media grab or something?
Yeah.
What is phase 2?
Right. This is very underpants gnomish in many ways. Let's check it out. This is from Los Angeles.
Absolutely, Micah and Cher. Can you believe that one person in the entire nation holds the winning $1 billion Powerball ticket? And the store that sold that ticket is right behind me, the Las Palmitas Mini Market, right here in downtown Los Angeles.
I was way off.
I'm sure that place is so glad to have this constant media coverage right now, because guess what they don't have to worry about, since there's always a camera rolling nearby.
Right. Nobody's going to be knocking this place off. Yeah, it kind of just looks like the place that gets robbed regularly. The shutters are a dead giveaway.
And during the middle of the day, hey, we're open, but you can't tell.
Yeah. Don't you get a cut if you're the store that sells the ticket? You get
$1 million.
Nice. Ooh, that'll rescue you. If you're not a front to wash drug money already. Who gets the money then, really? Let's check it out. So that guy won a $1.08 billion Powerball.
Pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah. So if he takes the cash up front, that's what, about $250-300 million?
No, I forget what it was. The cash up front thing is like $588.
Right, but you got to pay taxes.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So about 300. Yeah, about 300. Oh, and you got to pay taxes in fucking California. Oh, suck my ass.
And they need that money because they want them reparations payments made out.
Do you have
so
to
a
pay?
whole lot of people are like, hey, that lottery winning is really for all of us.
Oh, shit. I need to look something up real quick before we play this story. Do you pay state taxes on lottery winnings? Do you pay state taxes on lottery winnings? Are subject to federal and state income. Oh, no. The worst state to win the lottery in. Delco Lou says, ironically, California is one of the better states to win. See, I would think that would be the opposite.
Yeah, I think I would believe that they would, like, take a whole, because they're at the point where they're trying to retroactively tax people, like people who have left. So I'm like, I feel like they'd be like, hey, you want a whole bunch of money, and guess what we need?
Yeah. So they, what I've always heard is take half and then take half of half. And that's what the lottery winning is. So this person's walking away with $250 million out
Still
the door.
Still a good payday.
Still a good payday. But yeah, they all go broke. Like, so many of them just go broke. $250 million and you go broke. Like, my whole thing is, how is the first call you make not to an accountant and a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, I feel like if you get 250 million, 200 million of that isn't for you to touch. That's for you to grow.
Right.
You want to play with something. Here's 50 million. See how long that lasts you. And if you burn through it too fast, guess what you really shouldn't be touching right now? The other 200 million.
You know what fucks them is the lottery people, the lottery winners will buy like a $3 million house, and they'll be like, oh, it's paid for. And you'll be like, you understand that the property taxes and the insurance on that house is more than most people's mortgage.
And so there's upkeep and shit. Like, you need to, like, you can't spend your whole nut on the thing.
Right. Because then you'll be like Ice Cube's uncle in Next Friday. Uncle Elroy.
I'd just get a slightly nicer house, maybe gated community. Maybe. That's as high as I'm going. I'm not putting a whole lot of money into something. Right. I'm investing that shit because I want to see that last for, like, my daughter. I'm like, hey, guess what? Daddy did something really cool for you. You don't ever have to worry about working.
Yeah. Well, there is that thing where, like, I get it. You can't, like, go back to your old neighborhood. You can't live there anymore.
Why? Are people going to hit you up?
Yeah, it's like you're not going to be able to pull off living in the same place. So,
Aaron, why are you at my house again? Oh, no reason. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Just wondering if I could borrow the Lamborghini. I got to make a run to the store real quick.
It'd be a Lotus. Yeah. I'd get a Lotus Elise Siege. That's what I want. I want the little RC car.
Yeah. Delco Lou says lottery winnings are also subject to taxes in several states, from as low as 2.5% in Arizona to 10.9% in New York, though some states, including California, Florida, and Texas, you don't pay taxes on lottery winnings in California.
Well, fuck me. I was wrong. I'm moving.
Good for that guy. Fantastic. Dario says, new friends are easy to get if you're a multimillionaire, though. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, but that's how you become not a multimillionaire. You spend too much time buying friends.
Right. And then when the money's gone, you wonder, where'd all my friends go? Big hit on socialist media as I go over to the Rumble chat here, says, had acid twice when I was 19. Never again. Well, sorry, buddy.
The key is microdosing.
Is that the key?
Yeah, dude, if you go too hard on it, you're going to have a trip, and then that's going to be, especially for someone like you're going to be out of control. You will not like not being in control. So for what you need the microdosing thing. That's where you don't really realize it's affecting you, but you just keep laughing and shit and finding things funny and amusing. You just feel really good and relaxed.
Right.
And then you go ahead and take a nap. You wake up the next morning, you feel great.
You feel a lot better than you appear to the outside world.
Oh, yeah.
What you're saying.
No. The outside world, you look like a wreck.
They're like, oh my God, this guy is fucked. And you're like, I've never seen him this happy. He seems so happy. I don't want to wreck it for him. Guys, we're 25 likes away from 100. Everybody hit thumbs up here on YouTube. Rumble, thank you very much. You're doing great. Let's continue on now. Let's do this fake Powerball winner.
Why is this woman overcome with emotion? Does she hold the winning Powerball ticket worth more than $1 billion?
Hey, wait. Can we talk to you for just a second? Hey, wait a second. Hang on. We got
Honey, I can't. I'm scared.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Whatever the case, the California Lottery says it won't know the winner until that person comes forward to claim the prize. We do know the magical piece of paper.
Oh, so she went to this place. What a fucking idiot. So wait a minute. She went there crying her eyes out, saying she was the winner, thinking they weren't going to check the ticket, that she would just claim it, and they would just give it to... Oh, my God. I would say it's worth a shot, but you'd have to be the dumbest fucking person to actually follow through with it.
Do we look like the dumbest people?
Is this why you choose to treat us with such disrespect? God, like a guy, and she acts like the guy behind the counter like has on a pallet in the back, like just all the money. Like, oh, you're the bill. Oh, you got the Powerball ticket. What were the numbers? Just say them back to me. I don't need to see the physical ticket and scan it. Like, it's not like there's 19 different fail safes that I need to go through just as an employee of this mini mart to make sure that you are who you say you are. There's a bunch of cash in the back. Grab what you need now and come back for the rest later.
Look, I know you might be saying, what's to prevent anyone from just coming in and claiming the prize? Well, the truth is nothing, but the reason is nobody's ever done it before.
Right? Nobody's been that big of a piece of shit.
Was sold at Las Palmitas Mini Market in downtown Los Angeles. The owners are also winners, set to receive a bonus of $1 million from the state lottery.
Oh, a little vacation.
A little vacation.
And when we see the cameras and see a lot of news here, I was like, oh my God, what's going on outside? So that's when we realized that it was true, you know?
That's the bonus that they win just for selling the winning ticket. So it's the biggest bonus we hand out to our retailers when we have a top prize. So
it literally, if they would have sold a ticket 1 second later, it would have been a different ticket and they never would have gotten that.
Technically, yeah.
It's just right place, right time, exact right
Not
moment.
necessarily.
Oh,
we don't know if the person who picked the numbers picked numbers or did a quick pick. Because if it's a quick pick, then the machine picked them. If that guy picked the numbers, then it was fated.
Okay, but if it's just a random one,
assuming it's a dude.
I thought somebody said it was a dude.
Well, I mean,
but I could be wrong. Wow,
if God is just, it's a man.
If Allah is merciful, it was a man. A woman wouldn't know what to do with that much money. If there's not a man involved, there should be soon. But if you just get the numbers drawn for you, like it just spits out a ticket.
Yeah.
And that store has that ticket. But if that would have been 3 minutes ago, that same ticket would have been printed by another store, correct?
Possibly.
How the fuck does that work with all those people buying tickets at the same time? Like, how do you not get double? Oh, you do.
You get plenty of people. That's the weirdest thing about this. This is the first time where it's like, we've got a giant fucking prize. A lot of people have been getting tickets, and it just happened to be only one winner.
Yeah. He finds out there's 3, and he just looks at them all like, hey, fuck you. I don't want to share with that guy.
And of course, we already mentioned that lucky player, unknown to us to date, $1.08 billion.
$1.08 billion.
Several states participate in Powerball, but only one ticket in the entire country matched all 6 numbers drawn Wednesday night. The winner has the option of choosing one lump sum of about $560 million before federal taxes. The California Lottery says its sole mission is to raise money for public schools.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? All you junkies and fucking adrenaline addicts who tried to win that $1 billion. Now you get to help schools talk kids into cutting off their dicks. Congratulations.
So wait a minute. When will the funding have an effect? Because you guys have been putting the lottery winnings towards education for how long?
Yeah, a long time.
It doesn't seem like it's working.
All your kids are fucking stupid. No offense. I didn't mean to upset you, but. And I didn't know if you knew or not yet. They're really fucking dumb. But yeah.
Lottery kids are just as smart as the white kids.
So wait a minute, $580 million. So yeah, about $300 million. Yeah, about $300 million after taxes. It should be able to. You might be able to stretch that till your final days.
Yeah,
should be able to make that go.
Get all that out of there.
Inflation's
if
a bit.
If you don't spend, like you said, a shit ton of it on a giant house. Like if you buy a giant house and I got to get my fat street cruising ride with the rims and the sounds. Like, yeah, if you throw everything into all that, like I got all my shit paid for, yo. I don't got any money left, but I got it all paid for. Right. So the residual payments you need to make, you got something bringing that in.
Here's how you avoid blowing your $300 million. You can learn one word in the English language and it will solve all of your will I blow this money problems. And that word is no. Just learn the word no and you'll be fine, because every friend, every family member, everybody who's ever had an idea for a business that is just totally foolproof, you're Shark Tank now. You're the Shark Tank guys, and they're going to come to you and go, oh, yeah, I got a waffle maker that plays music. Oh, yeah, you got to invest in this shit. Give me like $5 million and we'll make a fortune. He's like, You gotta remember, you already have a fortune. You're good. You're good. You made it to the end of the board game.
God, I'd never hear the end of it from my parents if I won that money. They're like, Jesus Christ, I was on my deathbed and I couldn't get you to see me. Now you won't leave me alone.
You can pay off your parents' house. That's very nice of you. That's very.
Oh, they don't
sweet.
have one.
Oh, there you go. Solves that problem. And next time, be productive homeowners, you little shits. Buy them a car. Pay off their house, and then that's it. And then you're done. You got to hold on to your money.
Every Powerball ticket sold in the Golden State, 80 cents goes toward public education.
Some winners we know about for sure with 100% certainty today are public school students in California. Thanks to this jackpot that grew for 39 different draws, a roll of 39 draws, the California Lottery raised nearly $80 million for public schools just from this one game, just from the last 3 months.
And, really, that's why we all did it.
We all did it to help the kids.
That's right.
I don't care about improving my life. I don't think anybody that bought those tickets was like, you know what? I really want to win this money to change my... No, they were all like, it's for the kids.
Honestly, you can keep the money. Give it to the schools. Just not in California. Give it to Texas or something.
The winner has up to 1 year to claim that huge Powerball prize. And don't worry, for the rest of us, there is still hope. The Mega Millions drawing is tomorrow night.
Hey, don't worry, junkies. Don't worry, you fucking adrenaline addicts. Don't worry, you gambling whores. There's still more slop at the trough for you. Hey, are you itching because the Powerball went back down to 10 million? Are you scratching your arm? Are you putting holes in your skin, you piece of shit? Don't worry, we've got more ways we can separate you from your hard-earned money on the pipe dream of hundreds of millions of dollars. How about the Mega Millions? And don't worry, if they draw a winner for that, we've got the fuck you stupid addict, take a hint drawing coming up on Thursday.
The worst part is, and like I said, I actually know people like this.
Yeah.
There are people who are like, I need to win the lottery because that's my retirement plan. That's a horrible retirement plan. That's like, oh my God, I don't have anything set up. I don't have anything put away. I have no way to survive. My only hope is that a miracle windfall comes in that's literally too big for me to fuck up with the time I have left.
Johnny, I don't, and I agree with you 100%, but I will say this. As someone who has a retirement plan and a retirement account,
not looking good.
If you haven't looked at the market lately, it is, the Powerball is a cheaper option. It's just, you got to win.
What you're saying is depression comes in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, exactly. Just because, don't act like those of us with a retirement plan are somehow superior to the people who play Powerball. Guess what? We're both suckers stuck in a casino.
Apologize to parents. Apparently not pieces of shit.
Exactly. I mean, normally I would say yes, but
I mean, I don't know. I don't do either. I'm not a like I got to win the lottery person, and I'm also not a I have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Like
Here's
fucked up in the middle.
Here's a good retirement play. Here's one that never fails anyone who tries it. Here's a retirement plan that never fails. Die early.
Sweet, we're on par.
There you go. You'll never have to worry. Go hold up the line at your local party store for an hour, says Griddle Gorilla. Michael B says, dude, we have a debt of $33 trillion. But our debt is now getting to the point where you could just yell that over any conversation that we're having.
33 trillion.
33 trillion. That's not even debt anymore. That's just a number. Like that's one of those things where, like when you were in your 20s and you're just always broke all the time and you just see a credit card bill or something like that. And you're like, oh, that's just that's not even real money that I owe. That's just a number on a piece of paper.
But then how awesome is it? Like I got out of that place a couple of years ago and I was like doing really good. And now I'm like, with the way everything's gone with me and the economy, I'm down about $1,300 a month that I normally make.
Everybody,
and
dude.
so I'm taking it in the dick, and I am so excited and so grateful that the state of Minnesota, with that $17 billion surplus, they're going to cut me a check for $250. Oh boy, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's fucking brutal. I was just going over it yesterday. I think personal budget since all this inflation shit started. And this is just shit going up. This isn't like I've added this much, I'm spending this much on other shit. This is shit I had going up. I believe it's like $700 to $800 a month. It's hard to figure it with gas and groceries, but I estimated the other day $900, and then the day before that $700. It's like $800 a month.
Yeah, we split costs in here, so I get a little bit of a reprieve from that, but. But like literally my earnings, that was just the earnings, not even the like amount of stuff I'm spending more on there. So it's hurting all over, and it really sucks to see, oh, we got $17 billion. We better not give any of it back.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, it makes me hate the Republicans so bad because it's like you guys couldn't budge on marijuana for so long that you made everyone go, fuck it, we'll vote Democrat.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If they would have just fucking let it go, but they were so boomer. Oh, but people will be high on marijuana and they'll commit crimes and rape. And I'm like, are you fucking dumb?
That's cocaine, you idiot.
Yeah, and that's the same arguments they're still making. Like there was a Republican from Rochester or whatever who was saying, well, we don't have enough information about what happens to people when they have. It's just like, you're really, really fucking boomering this up. Just let it go. And if you would have, we wouldn't have the Democratic haven we have now.
Eddie K says, as a kid, I heard someone call the lottery an idiot tax. But as I grow older, maybe I'm just becoming more of an idiot, but it looks more appealing each day. Hey, man, I tell you what, I see one more of those fucking Edward Jones statements that shows me I'm on pace for 0.8% growth this year. I'm going to just go, you know what? Why don't I just take this remarkable amount of money that the wife and I are putting into retirement accounts every month and just buy Powerball tickets. It's gotta hit at some point, right?
Actually, if you have enough money and you'd have to talk to Corey. I bet he'd have a good system. But you could actually, there are people who make money off of scratchers.
There you go. That's the new world. Hold on. 1 in 292 million dollars is that's the odds of winning the Powerball. So let me see. I'm going to punch a number in here. 292 million. Fuck, that's a lot. Divided by, if I hit the 1 in 200, it would be 584,000 months. All right, divided by 12. 48,000 years. All right, well.
So viable option is what you're saying.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We have a possibility.
That versus the, what do you call it? The playing the market.
I'm just really, really disappointed. I was invested in Epstein Vacations, and it used to be just paying over and over. It seemed like manna from heaven, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the whole thing got shut down. It's weird.
Poor guy. 285 away from today's goal. Let's all chip in. Off to a good start today. We started at 300. We're 15 in. Let's throw a couple of bucks in. Let's try to stay ahead of it today a bit. 200 by 8 o'clock would be really cool, or at least under 250 by the top of the hour. Streamlabs and PayPal, there's the links in the chat. Go ahead and contribute that way. It's really appreciated. We are a listener-supported show. Become a member on YouTube. Gift some memberships. Throw in some Rumble rants. All of that, great ways to chip into your favorite program. Thank you guys very much, and let's keep driving that number down for your favorite e-begging shitbag podcast. I want you to tell me what Joe Biden is saying here, Johnny. Would you like to play this game?
Yes, I would.
Let's play a little game called What the Fuck Did Joe Biden Just Say? It's a game a lot of people have played over the years, and it's to varying degrees of success, I would say. Here's Joe Biden trying to talk about the economy, and I don't blame him for this. He's choking on the word recession.
Well, I mean, he doesn't need to choke on the word recession. They came up with a new word for it. It's right behind him, Bidenomics.
Oh, yeah, see, Bidenomics, recession. Yeah, just say that all the time.
Synonym.
We'll all know what you're talking about.
How many times you read that a recession's coming? People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
What was that? One more time?
How many times you read that a recession's coming? People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
I think he's doing the SNL bit, Simadana. I think that's what he's trying to. He's trying to. All right, tell that inflation rate, Simadana. One more time, Joe. Just one more time.
How many times you read that a recession's coming? People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
Uh-oh, POTUS is smelling toast. POTUS is smelling toast.
Oh, no. Joe, no. Joe, they're not real purple dots. Stop reaching for them. No. Oh, shit. Oh. Can you, one more time? I want to see if we can get those last 3 seconds, if we can get those captioned out.
How many times you read that a recession's coming?
Okay, first part, still retarded, but not as retarded as the second part. How many times you read in the recession's coming? Okay, not a full sentence, not a complete thought, but probably better than this.
People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
Okay, one more time.
People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
David Wall Street say erection coming now. Dave Wall say erection coming now. One more time.
People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
No, it sounded like he said baby on Wall Street today.
Okay.
You talking to kids? Dude, Boss Baby was a movie. It's not a real thing.
People in Wall Street today.
I'm hearing David Wall Street today.
Okay.
People in Wall Street today said, no. Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
Said nail recession coming now.
They seek recession.
Dave Wall Street.
People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
They don't say recession coming now. What's a
People
recession?
in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
Maybe they'll say recession coming now.
They say we're in for a reckoning? What?
Oh, you know what he said? He said it's not revenge he's after. It's a reckoning. That's what he said.
You tell him I'm coming, and Bidenomics is coming with me.
All right, you tell him that I'm coming, and Mangled Speech is coming with me. You tell him I'm coming, and that's communism.
I see a red sash, and I'm in the bathroom.
Oh. Brothers to the bone, eh, Harris? Not on this night. We heard about what he said about the Russian. I had no part in it.
People in Wall Street today said, no, they don't see a recession coming now.
Why is he running again? Why?
I don't think it's his choice. I didn't mean to spill the beans on this, but I was told by an inside source that yesterday there was a car driving on the White House pathway through the lawn, And Joe Biden actually jumped out the window onto the windshield of the car and said, Mister, get me out of here. That's the rumor that I keep hearing.
I thought you were going to go with the Garfield thing. Like he's just hanging on to the back of the car with the suction cups.
He's clearly not. Not. Eddie D says he said Maven Wall Street said no, reshackle them now. Oh, they're talking about slaves. They are Democrats. Jive Turkey says the Russians coming now. Okay, so everybody's got their theory on what he said. They even Beanie Urza says they even on Wall Street today said no recession is coming now is my guess. Well, yeah, we know what he meant to say.
We can figure out what he meant, but that's not the fun part.
Way to ruin the joke. God, we're all having a good time. I've only gotten to two people's translation of what he said. Fuck me. Mike says, baby, I have an erection now. Oh, he could have said that, but that would have been a lie.
Oh, or it was true. And who's the baby?
Kate Golem did the same thing. He goes, even Wall Street today said, no, they don't say recession coming now. I know what he meant to say. $4.99 from Rupert. Thank you very much, buddy. That helps a ton. Everybody go on a rally, just like Rupert did. Throw a couple bucks our way. Says, well, isn't that pretty symbolic? Joe choking on a recession.
Just like the rest of America.
That is about what happened. Yeah, at least it's not us choking this time. I mean, we still are. But as they say, it loves company. You tell him I'm coming. And, oh, come on, Golden Loaf Piggy. You know better than that. Come on, buddy. I like you. Don't be a cunt. Angry Saxon says Corn Pop is coming, and he's bringing the economy of the 1920s with it. Well,
no.
I know a few laws that were in place during that time that some people might actually appreciate. Lori Pickle says, I was thinking the same thing. What, Joe? Timmy fell down the well? Riding Dirty Llama says, no, we don't know what he meant to say. That's the point. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, yeah, there's no recession coming because now it's already here. Remember when, there was the inflation was getting really bad and the economy was shrinking, and they said 2 quarters of consecutive negative growth is a recession, and then we blew past that in Biden's first or early in his second year, and we haven't been calling that a recession. And for the last year, we've all been saying, no, this is statistically a recession. And now they're sitting there going, oh, no, they say a recession's coming. I'm like, well, wait a minute. How are you going to know when the recession gets here if the last time the recession got here, you just
didn't acknowledge it?
Yeah, you just said, no, it's not a recession. So we're in
you just said it's transitory.
Yeah, we're in the recession statistically that started a year ago. And now you're arguing whether or not we're going to be in a recession. I don't. I mean, I hate to let the cat out of the bag, but it's almost like they just get to say whatever the fuck they want and none of it means anything. Dub says, Joe's hoping we can make it to 1929 for the 100-year anniversary of the big crash. Angry Saxon says there's no recession coming. Welcome to the second Great Depression. Oh, hey, that's pretty cool, Johnny.
Yeah, we just skipped over.
We're going to skip right over the recession part and go right to depression. Okay.
Awesome.
Well,
I always wanted to experience the Dust Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, God damn. You have to laugh. Over 600 people watching the show at the moment. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. Everybody become a member or throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. 280 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. Fill up this here offering plate full of good tidings for the Steel Toe Show. We appreciate it. Oh, and if you can't throw in a couple bucks to the show, at least hit the share button and help us grow. Yeah. We're split across 4 platforms now. Our viewing totals split between 4 platforms. They're higher than ever, split that way. The multiverse is where it's at streaming-wise. Thank you guys for helping our show continue to adjust and continue to grow. Far-right media personality Steven Crowder.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. We got some Crowder news this morning. Yeah, look, when it comes to Crowder, there are a select group of people that can throw out "I told you so's" on this guy. We are one of them. There's others, Revenge of the Sis and a few other shows, can say that, they were never big Crowder people. And, he was, my whole thing, what it started for with me on Crowder was I just didn't think he was funny. And I just thought, look, man, just because this guy agrees with you politically, and does he, or is he just doing this because it's good business?
Seems like a shtick to me. That was always my thing with him. Seems like an act.
Yeah. So my first thing with Crowder was I was like, well, this guy isn't funny. I feel like people are forcing funny on him because he agrees with them politically, and they're trying to make it like he's their comedic representation. But I just kind of knew that wasn't the guy. Then there was the movie trailer parodies and the song
That's
parodies.
where he lost me.
That's where I started to hate his guts, and I go, oh, I can't fucking stand this guy. And then it was all every time he got a strike on YouTube, he would talk about how, oh, yeah, they're targeting me, they're censoring me. And then you'd look into it and you'd be like, no, Steven, YouTube is targeting and censoring people, and it's usually people with your point of view. But you're also purposely doing things to break YouTube's rules so they punish you so you can then play victim and get people to buy more mugs. Like, everything about him was so calculated and douchey and such a dickhole move. So I've never trusted the guy. But the shit that's come out in the last year or two, especially around the marriage stuff, I honestly didn't think that was stuff we'd ever hear about. I didn't think it would go that bad with Crowder.
I just can't imagine how it could get any worse. I feel like that's in my opinion, that's pretty bad.
Well,
the video that we saw.
The video was bad, and then they claim that they've got way more than that, but they've been to court now, and they're trying to figure out how to get all this bad shit about Crowder to stop coming out. Well,
and he keeps bringing it though.
Yeah. He's an idiot. We talked about his court appearance, right? The divorce court hearing that he had?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Either you did or you and April did. I remember it being discussed where it's just like, nobody's asking you to bring this stuff into the light, and then you do, and then as soon as you do, you go, hey, I don't want her sharing this shit. And it's like, you just...
Yeah, exactly. And, now I guess his employees, he signs all his employees to NDAs, which to me never makes you look good. I'm not saying you can't do it or it's not smart for some people, I guess, but it doesn't make you look good if there's ever a disagreement or there's ever allegations of mistreatment, because it looks like you're protecting yourself from that before it even comes. So,
because you knew it would be a thing.
Well, now all of these employees who can't say anything publicly are starting to leak shit to the media anonymously, because then that doesn't break their NDA because you have no idea who said it. And some of the stories that are coming out get weirder and weirder.
So do you believe them, or do you think they're dog piles? Like people just jumping on?
I believe this stuff.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because before the marriage stuff and before all this other stuff that came out, people were saying that he treats his employees like shit. They were saying that, this not gay Jared guy and all these other guys have some dirt on him, so to speak.
But they can't do anything, right?
But they can't say anything. Far-right media personality Steven Crowder, who falsely accused teachers of grooming children, has been accused of sexual misconduct in the workplace. And some of his employees say he is an actual groomer. Now, I will say this. Groomer has now become one of those internet words that's gotten abused and overused and bastardized. And it used to mean something, and now it just kind of means guy talking to kid that we don't like. It's...
I feel like if you're going to use the term groomer, there has to be, one, you have to probably go with somebody who's maybe underage and then be like working towards
right.
So that there's a lot of prerequisites to me, but all right, let's hear how he groomed.
That's the thing about Crowder is, you can say what you want and I'll go, oh, that sounds a little far-fetched, but I'll always say, I'm willing to hear you out. What do you got on Crowder? Hey, Crowder's trying to fuck his employees. Speaking under
Just for Crowder trying to fuck his employees. Have we not seen the footage that he put out with what's his name that he signed recently from
Brian Callen?
Yeah, Brian Callen, with the whole like the cow being whipped and just again, there's plenty of stuff that's come out recently that's not even like, controversial shares or whatever, where I'm just like, just say you're gay. It's there.
Right. Well, and there's also the he claims it was a medical emergency and that he had to have it done, that his chest was caving in on himself. All 0 times that's ever happened to any other normal human being. Well, the problem was he was working out a lot and his chest wasn't getting bigger. He has a sunken chest. Some people have it. Some people just have a shitty chest. It doesn't protrude. I have too much chest. What are you going to do about it? He had a surgery done to enhance his chest so he would look bigger and more buff. And he did it while his wife was having their children.
Because it's so important to get this done now.
Yeah.
Can't afford to wait a couple weeks.
So, I mean, to say that Crowder is, that something's a little off there with the guy, and that he may be, sexually, marriage to a woman may not have been for him, may be an understatement.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Is there a chance that he did all of that? Are you saying he just did all of these things to play a character? That seems odd. Who would do that?
I would never just come out and say something like that. I would allude to it all fucking day, and I would hint at it until I'm blue in the face, but I would never come out and say it. Speaking under anonymity due to fear of retaliation, because that's normal. I mean, that's normal if you work for like a military weapons contractor and you were leaking plans to another country of a new cruise missile we were developing. Then you would speak under anonymity due to fear of retaliation. Or if you had information on the Clintons or the Bidens, you would speak under condition of anonymity, because if you don't, they'll find you in Cyprus and charge you with weapons trafficking, even though you don't look like a guy who's ever picked up a rifle in his life. But it's usually not an internet comedy podcast that you speak under anonymity due to fear of retaliation.
I'll get spotted if I come out publicly.
Yeah, that's not usually how people who host comedy podcasts would react.
Look, I came out publicly and people have been throwing potatoes at me.
Did you hear in the wedding, the divorce hearings, that somebody mailed a potato to Steven's house? Some guy just mailed him a potato.
Was that for Steven or the wife? Just I don't know.
She was living in the house at the time. He moved out, but that's the only address they knew. And they sent old Stevie Boy a potato. Yeah.
He needed a potato.
Yeah. So speaking under anonymity due to fear of retaliation, 5 former staff members on Steven Crowder's show Louder with Crowder accused the host of creating a hostile work environment that included bullying, erratic behavior, including rampant drug use. Now, people have long theorized about Steven that he might be an Adderall guy.
He looks like every once in a while, I will say, he looks tweaked.
Yeah, he's always bouncing around and darting around, and he's always like trampling over people and shit like that. He's a wired dude. Now, you could be a wired dude. You and I got accused of doing Adderall this morning. Just turns out we're wired gentlemen. It happens. But Steven, I don't know.
Because, yeah, if you go and look at some of his older stuff, he doesn't seem that way. Like, right. Before he popped as much, the thing where he was on, what was it? He was on some MTV show or whatever with, shit, I'm trying to remember her name now.
Amy Schumer?
Yeah.
That was Fox News.
That was Fox News?
Yeah, he was on a Fox News interview thing.
Oh, Jesus.
They were on Red Eye.
Then even. He was more like calm, even keel. It just, if you look at him now, it seemed like, no offense, I'm not trying. It seems like he just did like a Tony Montana take before the camera went live. He just, all right, we're here, we're good. And it's like, and he starts talking, and then you see him sweating more stuff. Do you guys have AC in there? What's going on?
Meanwhile, we're all just hoping a guy in a members only jacket and sunglasses comes up behind him. if we're completing the movie reference.
Yeah.
So erratic behavior, bullying, rampant drug use, and most alarmingly, according to multiple people, sexual harassment. Now, here's what is kind of vexing me about all these Crowder allegations. Drug abuse, I can understand. Bullying, he's a lunatic. Hostile work environment, he wants you to get him a potato at the snap of a finger. He's a bit of a psycho. But Johnny, the sexual harassment thing, and this goes back to the gay thing. The sexual harassment thing. Who works at Louder with Crowder? Like what gender works at Louder with Crowder almost exclusively?
Pretty much all dudes.
All dudes.
I mean, no offense, it is a sausage fest over there.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single reoccurring female character or personality. Like, I know he punched a little girl when he was proving how big and bad he was at boxing.
Right. He was punching the girl. I remember that one.
So that's the only
girl I've ever seen, though.
Crowder.
Yeah. Right, exactly. He's the only vagina in the room. So sexual harassment, Johnny, would lead me to believe that he's sexually harassing dudes.
Well, we haven't heard that before. We haven't heard allegations of him just, sticking his dick on people's shoulders. So
that's true. There's somebody.
Quite frankly, I don't know where this is coming from.
Somebody did say that Steven stuck his balls on not gay Jared's shoulder. But in fairness, in the Crowder verse, that's how he knights people. So it was actually an honor.
You don't want him to lord you. Let's just say there's a necklace involved and you got to stare down the eyes of the dragon. It's just.
According to text messages received by the outlet, Crowder sent photos of his genitals to coworkers. He would also expose his genitals to employees in person so frequently that most of them either laughed uncomfortably or showed outright disgust as a way to give him the attention he sought, as a way to get him to stop. So wait a minute. Crowder would show... the accusation is not that Crowder would show his dick and balls to people.
If he didn't get what he wanted, he'd get worse.
The accusation is that he showed his cock to people so much that they had to dick shame him to get him to stop. Like, he would just whip his cock out at everyone, and they're like, okay, Steven, we got it. That's your dick. You did that yesterday. He's like, ugh. Like, I just imagine Steven, the only way Steven Crowder's behavior, if true, is okay is if he's 89 years old.
And senile.
Right.
Yeah.
An 89-year-old senile man. Or like Chris Benoit if he had lived. That his brain would be to the point where Chris Benoit could just whip out his cock whenever he wanted. Imagine if Chris Benoit's brain damage only caused that to happen. Like Chris Benoit.
I'm sure the family would be happier.
Yeah. Like he just goes home. He's in the gym. His wife and kid go, hey, you're going to come have dinner tonight? And he just went, and shook his cock at him instead of putting him in sleeper holds until they were dead. I mean, that would have been probably better. He would have lost his WWE gig. You can't keep showing your cock to people, but,
OnlyFans.
Benoit missed his calling by about a decade. So, Crowder would send photos of his balls to people and his dick, and then he would expose his genitals to employees in person so frequently that most of them either laughed uncomfortably or showed outright disgust as a way to give him the attention he sought, as a way to... See, like, even if you are someone who pulls your dick out in front of, your guy friends and you think that's funny, which that's a select group to begin with. But if after you do that over and over, they're like, ugh, God, like they show open disgust to you, and that doesn't shame you from like going, oh, maybe I pull my cock out too much. Maybe the bit's run its course. But then again, Johnny, we've watched this guy's music videos and movie trailers. He never knows when to give up the bit.
No, he never knows when to give up the bit. And that's where he could learn from you. Because like I said, we just, you shame him once. That should be all it took. All it took for me was like, you should get that mole looked at. And we were done. Like,
that was it. Friendo says, Aaron wants to see Crowder's cock. It's very clear. Hey, what do you mean? I didn't apply for a job there at all in the yesterday. You don't fucking know me. Now, the more disgusted everyone seemed, the more pleasure he seemed to get from it. It's like he couldn't understand that we weren't in on his joke, one person told Mediaite. Wait a minute. Is this anonymous employee telling me that when it comes to Steven Crowder and a bit, he's incapable of reading the room?
When has he ever done that?
This doesn't sound plausible to me. I mean, look, all these allegations, you got to hear a person out. You got to hear what their opinion is. You got to, listen to them and everything. But then, you got to take into account both stories, and you got to decide which one you believe more. And to be completely honest with you, Johnny, Steven Crowder not understanding when a bit is dead and just dropping it and not dropping it, that doesn't sound like the Crowder I know.
Sounds like the Crowder I know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a mark. Maybe when it comes to hating Crowder, I'm your Huckleberry ass clown. Like,
poor Dave Landau had to do that shit.
I know.
That's what I see.
That's the best stuff of the shit that he did.
Everyone wanted to talk to him about how bad Crowder was and the shut the fuck up button. All I wanted to know from Dave Landau was, did you really think those sketches were funny? Be honest. Did you really oh, we're doing something here? Or did you go, it's a fucking paycheck? Yeah, exactly. The more disgusted everyone seemed, the more pleasure he seemed to get from it. Like he couldn't understand we weren't in on his joke, one person told Mediaite. Another person who said they received unsolicited and unwanted images of Crowder's genitals from the host warned that looking back at the behavior, they believe he was acting in a way he had accused others of. Oh, are they really? This is what happens when you're a guy who plays the sides game, like the them versus us, the liberals versus the conservatives. If you fuck up, they are going to sharpen their knives and take so much joy in just carving pieces off of you. So now what the Advocate is doing here is they're going, one of the people said, looking back on it, it's kind of engaging in behavior that he was accusing others of, meaning they're talking about the grooming thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, Steven. You gotta, if you're going to play the us versus them game, you cannot give them ammunition, brother. Sorry.
Well, I mean, but let's be honest. He's still going to have his fucking fan base thing. Like, it's not going to tank him.
No, that's the other thing. I was going to say that towards the end of this, which is he's fine. He's doing great still. Like his numbers are strong. He's big on YouTube, big on Rumble, doing his own thing. He has his mug club. I think they said 300,000 people are part of that mug club. So he's doing fine. Like it's not going to slow him down. I think the people who were going to leave have left now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got them. That's his core group of guys. But this kind of stuff, the weirdest thing to me is that it doesn't surprise me. Like I have no problem believing any of this.
It's really horrible when you get, confirmation of your biases. It's really horrible.
Do you think those people are now scarred whenever they hear that Crowder drop because they set their phone to it, for text messages when it was his dick to warn them, they would hear on their phones? Yeah. Now, if they ever hear it, in polite company, no, I don't want to see your dick. You're like, what are you doing? What? That's actually how this article got started. These people, these ex-employees' friends, every time that Crowder drop would play, they'd yell about not wanting to see a dick. And they'd be like, dude, you need to talk to somebody. Are you okay? I'm I got to report this somewhere.
Man, what happened? This dude was listening to some show called The Steel Toe Show, and they fucking used Crowder's drop. I was in the elevator. I couldn't get out. I felt pressured. I got so scared. I shit myself. Because of that potato-loving freak.
Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says, Aaron is really zeroing in on Crowder's package. I love the Crowder cock talk. Friendo says Freud would have a lot to say about Aaron. Yeah, well, Freud did a shitload of cocaine and was kind of a hack, so let's talk about Crowder's dick, shall we? In the moment, we dismissed it as sort of frat boy humor. In hindsight, it's super creepy and felt groomerish, the former employee explained. Now, I don't know about that because, if you're grooming someone, you're a lot more subtle than just pulling your cock out all the. This sounds like they're kicking him while he's down.
Subtlety isn't one of the cards in Crowder's playbook.
That's true. It's not one of the cards in his deck. Plays in his playbook. I get you're mixing the two of them up.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
I understand, but I mean, you groom someone by buying them gifts and doing shit like that. I think Crowder is so not a guy that he's doing an impression of what he thinks guys do. And then in that impression, it's like, well, we whip our dicks out at each other. And like everyone else has to tell them, dude, no, we don't. We don't actually ever whip our dicks out at each other. That's not a
But we're
thing.
men.
Yeah.
Men.
This is what us straight guys do, right? Crowder, what's that shit? Oh, that's pre-cum. I leak pre-cum. What the fuck? In May, after home surveillance of Crowder berating his wife abusively in 2021 resurfaced, staffers told the New York Post that he would expose himself in the workplace. Some LGBTQ plus supporters say those who make the wildest accusations and raise their voices the loudest tend to be projecting. In psychology, the term is most commonly used to describe defensive projection, in which a person assigns unacceptable urges to another person, animal, or object. Now, here's the problem that Crowder has, is that he can never call out any of this school shit ever again because of all of this.
Because of all the shit he does anyway?
Right. It just kind of looks like they said, it looks like him projecting. So now they're going to go back and see all the tweets he ever made talking about the problem with being like writing it all off as projection is that no, there is like in schools and shit, like there is grooming behavior. There is weird shit going on. That still has to be called out. Mm-hmm. But I think at the same time, Crowder just can never be the guy to do it.
Yeah, it's kind of get off my side. No offense, you're not helping.
Yeah. I mean, Crowder can talk about whatever he wants. He can do his show, what have you. But if you really have been putting your dick on people in the workplace and like they think that you've been kind of groomery, you can't now go and call people groomers because you kind of open up a giant hole that they can drive a truck through that leads.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you can't even do the change my mind bit anymore. Because now people can just call you out on being a groomer.
Oh,
like
yeah, and if I change your mind, what are you going to do? Show me your dick?
You trying to get me to change my mind about this? You can change my mind about other things, like sucking your dick?
Hobo Chili with $2 says, does Crowder's meat smell nice? Is it girthy? Does it have soft or hard pubes? This stuff I need to know. Sincerely, Aaron. Well, I'm sorry. I've reached the end of the line on my knowledge of Crowder's genitals. All right, boys and girls, 280 away from today's goal, and we were almost at the halfway point. Only $20 into today's goal. Let's keep our show on the air. Let's keep it going, and let's make sure that your favorite e-beggars can stay in the game. 30 minutes of overtime. Should we knock the goal out? Oh, not the Friday morning goal. It's the Monday. I've had Friday up there.
Jesus, no wonder it's not happening. Who's driving this wagon train?
Oh, it's we've got a meeting later this week where hopefully we can drop that goal down a bunch because the way things are going economically.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think steel toe becomes one of those line items on the old budget for a lot of people where they go, we need to cut. It's like, well, I know where you're going first. And if anyone's having reception issues, I noticed the numbers are down today. And I noticed my OBS is shit. I'm just blocking it out with my bar here. It's too late to stop the show and unplug and restart. And there's no guarantee that it would even work. So we're just going to carry through the way it's going right now. We're really sorry if you're having any issues with the program, but we understand it. If you could throw in a couple of bucks, we'd appreciate it. 280 away. Let's jumpstart this thing a little bit. Friday was great. Thank you guys very much for plowing through that goal so quickly on Friday. Let's keep her going and knock down that 280 a little bit today and keep our show going. You know, this is, Magic 8 Ball says the video quality is poor. I don't know if you're making fun of us or you're telling the truth.
It doesn't look poor on my, well, I mean,
yeah.
It doesn't. I can't say the same for you.
But either way. So anyway, throw in a couple of bucks, guys. Help us keep that number down. We do appreciate it. Only in the 600s today. We've been in the 7s and 8s. What are you going to do? I worry about numbers too much, statistics, and my show going away. So you know me. I get a little nutty from time to time. All right. Jason Aldean. This is another one of those stories where your answer should be, we're $33 trillion in debt. Because I don't understand what the fuck any of this Jason Aldean shit has to do with anything. He made a country music song, and people started complaining that the country music song might be a little racist. Guys, I have news for you. If it's not a little racist, it's not actually a country music song. If a country music song does not seem to dismiss the lifestyles and realities of at least one group of people and ignore them, it's probably not an actual country music song. I was listening to April had a mix going, like she's had her like Amazon or YouTube or whatever on shuffle,
right?
And some of the songs were very much country music,
right?
And then there were others that came on where I'm like, this, like, even pop music would look at this and go, all right, with the pandering, we fucking got it.
Baby, you a song, you make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
Dude, that I'll say this, and this might hurt. That song is more country than some of the shit I heard. Like, there's a Luke Bryan song.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, it's about tequila. It's about you know, how much tequila he's had.
Oh,
and it's
God, I think I know what one you're talking
fucking
about.
dreadful. Like, it's just like, if I were running the music, I would stop whatever I was doing. I don't care if I'm up on a ladder. I don't care if I'm working on a skyscraper. I go down to wherever that phone is and I hit skip on that fucking song. Then there's another one that was like it was like a chanty song. It was like almost like chanting, sort of.
Okay.
And it was fucking abominable. It was.
April listens to Gregorian chants.
I mean, I think that's what I'm saying. She had like not her playlist. She just had a thing on shuffle because some of it you'd be like, wow, this is really good. And then other stuff would be like the most pop garbage.
Well, when I got my new phone and put the music app on there, like I've been using the Amazon Music app forever, it changed something where I had to fix it in the settings because now it enabled autoplay. So I'd finish my playlist and it would play similar music. And so I'd always be like, I'd be chilling and like hearing the music in the background. And then suddenly I'd realize I don't know what song this is. And I'm like, wait a minute, what the is this? And then
Yeah. So like with this Jason Aldean thing, he basically made a song and people have been talking about it for almost a week now. And it's remarkable. Like Hank Williams Jr. resigned from CMT's board of directors because CMT's like banning his music video to be played on their YouTube and their TV channel and everything else. So
and
like,
he didn't make the music video.
Right. Like so they've run off Bocephus over this stupid fucking song. And the song is literally, it's just a hillbilly song. Like, it's country music. Country music has gone so pop and is so dog shit now that when the world actually gets reminded of what country music is, they go, racism. And they're like, yes, since the beginning. David Allan Coe. Fuck. So with this one, Jason Aldean made a song where he's like, yeah, if you want to do those Black Lives Matter protests in my hometown, we'll fucking shoot you. I mean, that's what people have been saying since the beginning of those riots.
Yeah, try that shit around here. It won't fly.
Exactly. This is not, again, nothing new. But Jason Aldean makes a song about it. And then I'm going to, the way TMZ phrases it in their headline, I got to say this about Harvey Levin and TMZ. Fucking shameless the way they pick at the sensitivity strings of the retards who read their website. I mean, it is sometimes those titles, you read them and you go, oh, Harvey doesn't actually feel this way, but he knows how to manipulate people's fucking sensitivities. He's the worst.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What? You're saying he has a skill for manipulating people?
Don't do this to me.
Do what to you? You're the one painting this picture. I didn't even realize this.
Don't do this to me. I'm being good. I'm being good.
What do you mean? I still understand. I'm just putting together the pieces you're laying in front of me. You're saying
I'm being a good boy. All right? I'm being a good boy at the moment. Thank you to Brian M for gifting 5 memberships. There you go, guys. Let's jump on the train there with Brian M because now Eddie D says he wants a gifted membership. Hook him up, boys and girls. Dario Delfino, Gofa, Cure Self, Drifter Dave, Brandon, and Bruce Lindahl all getting memberships. Thank you very much. That helps our channel immensely, helps our show immensely. Now we're at 270. Keep it going, guys. Keep the ball in the air and keep it going down. The goal, that is. Go fuck yourself, says Aaron is tempted to pull out the coin. I'm not going to pull out my collectible coin during the show on YouTube.
Is it autographed? Dude, actually, hey, I mean, if you're not worried about kind of ruining the value of it, you have a friend named Oz. If you can find a signature.
No, you leave.
He autographed the coin.
You leave my, hold on, I can do this. You leave my collectible 1944 winter collection coin alone. I can't show that side. There we go. Yes, I do have it in a nice box, and it is here in the studio. What are you going to do? April says, no, I just let YouTube keep playing while I was cleaning the garage in my truck, so I didn't care to change it. Yeah, some of those songs were just awful. So another interesting aspect of this is people have been calling out like, hey, you're saying that this song is problematic because of what it might be hinting to. And they've been kind of going, well, what about what like rap lyrics just overtly say?
Yeah, like, R-ing women or just,
killing
call
people
187 on a mother cop.
Yeah. Yeah, and you don't stop because it's 187 on a motherfucking cop. I mean, try that in a small town. It's like, okay, what does he mean by that? Okay, does he mean this? Does he mean that? Like, you got to draw some lines to connect the two. But if you go, yeah, and you don't stop because it's 187 on a motherfucking cop, it's like, I don't really need to correct any lines there, connect any lines.
It's kind of like you painted a picture.
Yeah.
This red picture.
Right there. Hobo Chili with another 2 says, my wife likes that song by that country bumpkin singing, I've Got a Fast Car. I want to throw her out of a moving vehicle with a suicide vest on. Jesus, Hobo, you can just kind of pick one or the other, right?
Divorce is an option, Mike.
Yeah, buddy. Jesus. Well, at any rate, 265 away from knocking it out today. Thanks for sending a couple bucks our way there, Hobo. Yeah, I don't think the Jason Aldean thing is a very big deal, but look at the way TMZ did it on their website. Jason Aldean stands by, and then he put it in half quotes, racist song, try that in a small town, says he loves America. So, TMZ is not calling the song racist, but TMZ wants to get the word racist into the article because that drives the clicks. That's kind of the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we're on your side kind of a thing. But I got news for you. Harvey isn't on anyone's side. Harvey is on the click side. Omega Wolf calling him Happy Harvey Misery Merchant. I mean, they did that with the Kanye West shit. Remember when Kanye was going through his thing?
Yeah.
And Adidas wouldn't drop him? So they
just kind of reminded the world that Adidas used to work with the Nazis.
Right. So TMZ went and put up a story about Adidas and their connection to Nazism, and then put the Adidas logo right next to a swastika. And that day, Adidas dropped Kanye. And
see, that's weird. If I was Adidas, and again, maybe it's just because I'm vengeful, but if I was Adidas, and then Harvey does that, I might, I don't know, air a public article about Harvey's history and how ironically he's part of an organization that again seems to be built to just kind of steer some sheeple, if you will. So you mean
TMZ?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Just checking. April writes in the chat. See, this isn't helping. April writes, Harvey is shifty. I disavow completely. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Maybe she means he likes manual cars.
Oh, he's a manual car driver.
People are freaking out about that now. I read an article recently about a dude who was an Uber driver, and his passenger freaked out because she couldn't calm down because he kept playing with the shifter knob, and he's like, it's a manual car. I have to change the gears. And she didn't believe him. She insisted that was not a thing and that he was making shit up.
Really? She thought he was purposely wrecking his own automatic transmission.
She thought he was just playing with the car to be a goof. and just again thought it was completely unnecessary and not a thing.
Oh shit! Yeah, they've been making fun of millennials for that for a long time. That like we don't know how to drive manual transmissions, and that's true. But I think Gen Z, like, they're gonna get worse. So like millennials are gonna feel good as Gen Z gets older, because they'll be like, oh, at least we knew what manual transmissions were. We just didn't know how to drive them. You know,
right.
we
knew they were a thing.
Yeah. Whereas Gen Z's like, why are you playing with the knobby thingy? Saying, oh, he should have played along. He should have been like, this is the only way I don't touch women when they're in my presence. It's a control thing. My therapist gave it to me. He's sitting there shifting back and forth. Jason Aldean.
I touch this so I don't touch my dick.
Jason Aldean isn't backing down from the storm of criticism he received over Try That in a Small Town, which many on the left believe is downright racist. And then that's the other thing, is everyone making it a right-left thing. So now songs are political.
I'll give the fairness to this one. This song became political when the music video happened. And again, I don't know if people are aware of this, but the artist isn't necessarily responsible for the music video. A lot of times the music video is the director that hears the song and has a vision and gets to pitch it. And if it gets pushed through or whatever, the artist might be asked to, go along to get along in some cases. But they put a lot of fucking riot footage and politicized shit in the music video. So I can get where people are like, oh, well, it's the right and the left. Because again, the song itself is a song, but then when you put it to the background of riots and stuff like that, you start kind of taking a side.
Like, we all kind of knew what he meant. Like, yeah, he means Black Lives Matter protests, come to a small town, we will shoot you with our guns. That's what he means. But okay, that's a country music thing. That's what they talk about. Like, during those riots, that's what was being said. Now, he has plausible deniability where he's like, oh, no, it's anybody who would try problems. Like in a small town, we would totally, we would
and that was the other part of the thing, too. It was Antifa and things that were shown in a lot of the video. And as we remember, a lot of those people were white.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, if you're talking about, shooting at people rioting during a Black Lives Matter rally, that's really white on white crime, if you think about it. The Fired Ginger with $5 says, I'll keep my manual. It's literally an anti-theft device. That's true. Yeah.
I wish I could drive manual still. I miss it, true. And I love it.
By the way, the music video is not racist for Try That in a Small Town. In fact, the director is one M. Gibson.
Mel Gibson? He got Mel Gibson. Holy shit. How is that not Mel Gibson did this?
He called Jason Aldean twirling his beard going, you have to let me direct this video. I think your song is once in a generation important. And by the way,
Passion of the Aldean.
By the way, I wrote a song called They're Not Gonna Run the World Forever. Do you think you could sing it for me? Bobby with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby says Johnny equals GOAT, which means she either thinks you're remarkably talented or literally thinks you're a goat. One of the two.
I don't know. I'd like to think that's a compliment either way. I'm really good or I am Satan's lapdog.
Yes. Well, guys, 250 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. You really are going on a rally, and we appreciate it. Greasy N-word over on Rumble says, Das racist, dem white women love to burn in the small town. I can't read that whole thing.
Well, they say you ain't shit unless you roll in coal.
Yeah, you ain't shit unless you roll in coal. John Domingo says the BLM riots were mostly white people. Yeah, wasn't that nice of white people to go into black neighborhoods and burn down stores and then just leave?
Yeah, because again, they were doing it to raise awareness and to really, because the black people can't help themselves unless we do it for them, guys.
Yeah, so all those shitty white people just went off and burned down black businesses and then ran back to their parents' house in the suburbs. What a bunch of pieces of shit.
Guys, we got to fight racism, and the way we do that is we help these stupid people who are too dumb to help themselves. If we leave them to their own devices, they will just devolve into anarchy. We're not racist.
Yule Gibbons with $5 says, just got here. Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Aaron. Do a little snacking this weekend, did we? I'm literally the same weight I was at this time last week. Mondays are a little rough on a fella.
I gotta say, this is the first weekend I did not take my daughter out for ice cream. The last two, I can't say the same. So.
But who were you really taking out for ice cream? Exactly.
Why you calling me out, man?
You know who probably really loves this controversy, though, is Jason Aldean. Because, like, anytime... Remember, Morgan Wallen got famous because he yelled the N-word in the street.
Yeah.
And then, like, everybody, like, every record company wanted to cancel him and get rid of him. But the problem was everybody started buying his shit. They saw buying Morgan Wallen's shit as, like, a social movement. And it's like, all right, guys, weird hill to die on. He yelled the N-word at his friend on tape. Shitty that someone was recording. I agree, but okay. You know, it's not like he said it furthering a point or making a social statement. He just kind of drunkenly yelled it.
He says it in his spare time.
Yeah. You know why so many people bought his music after that? Because they saw themselves in that moment. They're like, oh, shit, I've done that before. I can't let people get in trouble for this or we're all fucked. Like, they're holding back the Morgan Wallen N-word floodgates because they know it's going to drown their whole village unless they save Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen is my...
Morgan Wallen was the N-word dam, essentially. Which, by the way, I'm sure exists somewhere.
So then if it's an N-word dam, what's the proverbial finger in the dike? What is...
Oh, a Kardashian.
Oh.
just playing the odds. Just playing the odds on that one. Yeah, so like as far as Jason Aldean goes, I don't think the song's that big of a deal. I think it's great business for him. I don't think he's in any kind of danger. I think this is just one of those stupid distraction stories where at the end of it you yell, we're $33 trillion in debt. That's about it. He did address it at his concert. We'll play this real quick. Is that Jason Aldean? That looks like Everlast.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Jason Aldean looks like Everlast now.
Why does this look like it's at a local bar I used to DJ at?
It's
I swear to Christ.
It's at his bar.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he looks like shit. Oh, that must be him doing the song. That's not him. That's a guy named Jamie Baxter. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I was going to say, this sounds like crap. If you want to end the song, don't call it racist. Just air this.
You know what? I saw the name up top here, but it's his bar, and then they got his name down below.
All right, so I guess he's not addressing it in the video, but
they said, yeah, what it says below the video is the country star addressed a packed crowd at his Friday concert in Cincinnati, Ohio, and then that was the video TMZ had.
Wow, what a bait and switch.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. That Harvey Levine tricked me. Damn you, Harvey.
He is a tricksy fellow.
The footage begins with Aldean pacing back and forth on stage while saying, it's been a long week, and I've seen a lot of stuff suggesting I'm this, suggesting I'm that. He then said everyone is entitled to their own thoughts and opinions, but that doesn't mean what they say is true. Aldean went on to explain that he's proud to be an American who loves his country and hopes to restore it to what it once was before all this bullshit started happening to us. Oh, boy, they're going to take that and say that that's... What do you mean? Like people fighting for their rights who have been marginalized? See, at some point, if you're going to lean into this shit, at some point you just have to answer their childish questions with, yes. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. That must be what I mean.
I'm talking about the people who've been so marginalized that now a minority gets to tell the majority what to do. That's a problem.
After that, Morgan Wallen started doing songs with rappers, says Eddie D. Yeah, I mean, the only people that were upset were white people, and then black people like, oh, Morgan Wallen. Oh, you know what? That's Monday. Started doing songs with him. Now, apparently, Jason Aldean's been removed from CMT. ABC aired his performance of the song last week during their broadcast. from the CMA concert in Nashville. So, I don't know. It's just...
It seems like to me the song's a pander anyway. Like, no offense,
Right.
I don't feel like Jason Aldean is living the small town life personally.
That's just it. Is like everyone's making this a big fight. That's what I mean when I say, hey, Jason Aldean is making great money off of this whole thing. He's doing very well with it. He's not going to be harmed in any way, shape, or form. And now everyone else, it's almost like if you went full conspiracy on this, you would say like Jason Aldean's like a psyop, and he's doing this to purposely separate people and get them to fight each other while all this other shit goes on. It's that stupid and ridiculous.
And he's just going to get a whole bunch of sold out shows for it.
Yeah. I mean, people, and the song's doing really well. It's moving up the charts. I think it dethroned Luke Combs' Fast Car as the #1 song in the country.
So at least did that favor.
Yeah. You did this big fucking like hoopla about this song. I don't know how many times this has to happen before you stop doing it. But
and didn't they do that with Fast Car too?
Yeah, they said it was racist. It was racist that a white guy covered the song. Meanwhile, Tracy Chapman made like hundreds of thousands of dollars on that cover alone and is not complaining in the least and thinks that Luke Combs did a great job, but other people are going to be offended for her. Thanks, white knights. You're really helping. Yeah, probably Tracy Chapman sitting there going, oh, fuck that. You know what? I'm going to write a couple of letters if it keeps bumping the numbers up like this. I'll write them anonymous.
I haven't been this relevant in years.
Yeah, this is great. I was really kind of in Sinead O'Connorville there for a while, and it's nice to be back. That's all I'm saying.
Staring down the barrel of another fucking casino circuit. I could use this attention.
Right. I'm going to the Potawatomi Casino. I gotta have somebody cover my shit. Who's really big right now? No, I don't mean weight-wise. $5 from Greasy N-Word says, I'm selling N-Word passes, $1 a pop, $30 a month, and $2,500 for a lifetime. Some restrictions may apply, not valid in front of other blacks or on social media. All right, well, thanks for the clarifiers up front, Greasy. We appreciate that. 240 away from today's goal. If you guys want to contribute, you guys have been going on a nice little run here in the last 20 minutes or so. So keep her going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble rants, subscriptions, what have you. 240 away. Thank you, boys and girls, very, very much for all your support. All right, Johnny, I'm going to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and we'll get to those. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care Towing, they come pick you up quicker than anyone else. Accident, go in the ditch, car stalls out, flat tire, locked your keys out of your car, or locked yourself out of your car, I should say. If you lock your keys out of your car, you're okay. Call All Care Towing. They're going to pick you up quicker than anyone else at allcaretowing.com, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. 240 away. There's the links in the chat. Thank you to everyone for being so generous. All right. In the 600s, looking to make a move into the 800s today. We appreciate it. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Go to midlandarmory.com and get all your firearms. Midland Armory, of course, with a great selection of handguns, rifles, shotguns, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, you name it. That's Midland Armory. Use the promo code SteelToe and get a great discount. That's midlandarmory.com. Again, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. And you know, Johnny, we've got the anniversary show coming up in just under 3 weeks now.
God, how many? We had less than 20 tickets before, didn't we?
We've got 16, I believe. 16 tickets to the comedy show. About 8 left to the cornhole tournament, but we can expand that one. We've already expanded the comedy show once.
Cornhole's a forgiving sport.
Cornhole is a forgiving sport. And then I think standing room only is next after we sell all the comedy show tickets.
So if we go over the 8, do we need poppers to make room for others?
Well, you know what? Cheetos is a creative accountant when it comes to seating. He'll make it work. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Thursday night is bike night. Steel Toe Comedy Show, Steel Toe Anniversary Show, Saturday, August 12th. Gino Bisconti will be there. Johnny, Tom Chilstrom, myself, April, Oz, everyone's going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Eventbrite.com. Steel Toe Anniversary Show will be how you get there. I'm very excited about it, man. It's coming up quick.
Yeah, I got to get my fucking shirt order in. I'm bringing some shirts for people.
Oh, shit. Sell away, my friend. Sell away.
I'm bringing back the original. I'm changing the designs slightly and the colors. They won't be the same as the original shirts, but I'm doing the original shirt design I did, the Trust Fall Enthusiast one, and I'm doing my favorite Steel Toe one. So you can pick one of those two if you like.
All right. Everyone hit like, everyone hit share, everyone hit subscribe. Keep knocking that number down. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. My phone has been blowing up this morning with Rumble follows, which is very cool. We're growing like a weed over on that platform. TikTok influencer. Oh, boy. Look, man, we're going to have to do something eventually. I don't know if it's camps. I don't know if it's showers. I don't know what the deal is. But we're going to have to do something. You like how I go right there? Now, see, you know what I just did there? Quick. You know what that tease did? It just made people go, wait a minute, who the fuck is he talking about? But we're going to have to do something with this particular group of people at some point. And I'm talking about women with Munchausen by proxy. We got to just get them the fuck out of there. Because not only are they psychotic, not only do they hurt other people, but they're always the most hateable people alive. Because even when they get caught, they're never sorry. They never acknowledge that it was wrong. They always have an excuse. They call it Munchausen by proxy syndrome, but honest to Christ, I just call it being a single mom because it's way too common. I see it way too much. Like, we do it when we play these news stories all the time. We just go, that this is going to be a single mom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can just kind of see it coming. That, like, there's no way there's a dad in the house on this one. Well, this story, let's hit the play button on this one. And by the way, every time it's one of these Munchausen stories, I get, like, revenge fantasies. I'm just like, oh, man, think of it's like the George Carlin bit of, like, different ways to do the death penalty.
So is it that you've had to put up with one of these Munchausen chicks and you've got like residual like anger, or just is it just something about their existence that sets you off? What I'm curious how you get so peaked on this.
It's just in general. Look, we've all had experiences with women who put themselves and their own attention and everything else before children. We've all seen people like this, whether it's in a news story. But look, man, we've all seen it. We've all, watched it happen where these women will convince themselves that what they're doing is best for the kid, when from the outside world, they can clearly see you're doing this for you. You're harming the child and their development, but you're convincing yourself that this is okay because you like it and you don't want to see it end. God, is it just so damn frustrating to watch. Somebody asking in the Rumble chat, though, Dub says, but do they swallow? That is a good question. That's fair. How do you think they hook these guys into having kids, I guess?
Wait, sperm can make the long route from the mouth? I didn't know that.
Well, no, they keep coming back. And then once she comes to him with the positive.
So I was going to say, I was about to have a fucking moment where I was like, wait a minute. Those don't get deleted?
Once she comes to him with the positive test, then it's time to skedaddle. That's when they take off. Let's check this story out. This is a remarkably evil lady, and I bet you has no idea, will not ever tell you in a million years that she did anything wrong.
Been hospitalized repeatedly.
On social media and in doctors' offices, 27-year-old Jessica Gasser allegedly claimed...
Oh, no, you do not want to look like that and have the last name Gasser. You do not want to be named Gasser and just look like farts.
I feel like if you have the last name Gasser, you either work harder on the appearance or you change your name. But one of the two, both are options.
Yeah, legal name change is probably easier for her at this point. By the way, she's such a miserable, evil, mentally ill cunt that she has permafrown. Look at that. The corners of her mouth naturally go into frown position. Or maybe that's from chewing. I don't know.
No,
But-
I think that's kind of perma-frown. I'm getting a little dangerous there myself now that I just realized I got to start being happier.
I'm just going to do the show like this from now on. Jesus.
My Jack Nicholson impersonation.
The fact that her last name is Gasser and her face just looks like you pronounce it is just great to me. And fart noises will never stop being fun to do.
It's like if Whoopi Cushion was a person. And
Yes. It's like if Whoopi Goldberg was white.
So she's still racist, right?
Yes, still very racist.
3-year-old daughter was medically complex, but the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office says she was lying.
They're presenting a false medical history to a medical provider who rely on that history in order to form a diagnosis.
Detective Michael Weber investigated the case and says Gasser went to a dozen doctors' offices, including Children's Health in Dallas and Cook Children's in Fort Worth. 5 doctors' offices noted suspicions of medical child abuse, known as Munchausen by proxy.
This abuse is not rare.
So you understand what she was doing.
She was literally harming her child, so her child became a fucking special interest victim group.
Yeah. By the way, I don't want to draw any lines between shit like this and women who brag about having trans kids. In no way, in my heart of hearts, do I feel like some of those cases are directly related to shit like this, where you get a little pink chihuahua in your little pink purse and you get to show it off to the world and everyone goes, oh, how cute, and you get all kinds of attention for it. I'm not comparing the two of those things whatsoever. This is totally different. This is a single mom who is using the medical system to abuse her child to get attention for herself.
How can you do that to your kid? I've gone to the hospital with my daughter for a serious thing literally once, and that was the scariest moment in my life that I've had with her. And she was really, really young. She had an anemia thing, and it wasn't a huge deal, but we were still just like, oh my God, how could you willingly do that to your kid again and again and again?
Ooh, can I?
Yeah.
Because a lot of single moms are fucking mentally ill. And calling it Munchausen by proxy syndrome, I kind of don't like, because I've seen a lot of single moms who are capable of this shit, and they don't have a diagnosis. I actually think Munchausen by proxy might be one of the more I think Munchausen by proxy is as underdiagnosed as ADHD is overdiagnosed.
Oh, I'd believe that.
I think
I'd
might
absolutely
be that
believe
bad.
that too many women need to be told, hey, you're not helping your child when you do this.
How many times have you seen a single mom who has a kid and they do things to that kid or for that kid or with that kid that clearly are for them and it is not good for the child, but then they get to flex their muscles and go, I'm super mom. The kind of single moms who celebrate Father's Day and Mother's Day. I'm talking about those
I do
bitches.
both jobs.
Yeah.
It's rarely recognized and even more rarely investigated.
2 years ago, she got a feeding tube after allegedly lying about her daughter's calorie intake. The arrest affidavit says doctors later caught her not properly feeding the child. She also posted a video to her 24,000 TikTok.
Well, because you see, Johnny, if the kid's not properly fed and looks sickly and everything else, then she takes it to the doctor. You see, everyone will tell her what a brave mom she's being for her child. And if you heard the next part of this, she has 24,000 TikTok followers. So another one, single mom, just ticking around on TikTok, getting all kinds of attaboys and thank yous. And
it's almost like this whole thing is about you getting a pat on the back. God, I wish, I don't think the punishment can be severe enough for this. If you did this to a kid, one, you don't get to have the kid anymore. You don't get to have your social media anymore. I quite frankly feel that this is almost a capital crime, but you know, that's me.
Properly feeding the child. She also posted a video to her 24,000 TikTok followers about getting a diagnosis for a serious blood sugar illness, even though doctors here at Children's Health in Dallas had ruled it out the same month.
yeah, that sounds like something you need is a blood sugar analysis. I mean, there's definitely
The weirdest part is if she'd get herself checked, she'd find out she's the victim she needs.
Right, yeah. You could be the victim, you fat whale. You're the one who could end up being the one who needs all this treatment, and you can battle through it and have GoFundMes and get all kinds of sympathy and post to TikTok. Leave the fucking kid alone.
Month.
Today I did the right thing and I fed my child and I didn't poison them to hopefully get more internet attention. Yay, pat me on the back.
Yeah.
Save social media messages that someone may have, any text messages, any emails from the suspect about the health of the children is important to my investigation.
When reports to CPS began, she messaged a friend, quote, "We're discussing leaving Texas ASAP." After CPS removed her.
I wonder why. Because they were on to you? They were going to take your kid away?
Any logical person says you shouldn't have children.
Right.
Like, this is the one thing that I hate about this country more than anything. Too many people are quick to be like, have the kid, abortion is wrong, all this stuff. Nobody's willing to say, some people are not fit to be parents, period.
Yeah.
You're not fit. You're not cut out for it. I shouldn't be a dad. And even then,
You're better
I'm willing
than
to say
her.
at least I'm better than her. I'm better than a lot of people because I'm aware I'm a problem.
Right. Knowing your own limitations is half of being a parent. It's like anything else. I don't do fucking uneven bars. You know why? Because I'll fall and hurt myself.
Daughter in June, she allegedly searched for, quote, "How do you fix Munchausen by proxy?" and is lying to a doctor about a child illegal.
Great. Yeah, it's always, as soon as they go to like the searches and everything, you find out what's really up. Like that chick who faked the kidnapping. Now that I can't even remember her name anymore, but last week she faked that kidnapping and she was searching like how much does it cost to file an Amber Alert, how to get money out of the register without being caught. By the way, she got fired from her job. Believe it or not.
I thought she was going to do jail time.
She still might. They're not done yet. I don't think they for sure called her a liar yet officially, like legally, but we all pretty much know she's a lying sack of shit.
Illegal. The Tarrant County crime is for 28 needle sticks and blood draws that allegedly weren't needed.
It's a crime like any other crime, and it should be investigated like any other crime. These offenders know what they're doing. They know what they're doing is wrong.
Medicaid paid more than $200,000.
Oh, you fucking cunt. And you took two. Of course, that fat whale doesn't have a fucking job where she can pay for this shit. Oh my God, she is textbook. I hate her so much. Johnny, I'm having issues.
I know. I'm keeping it kind of calm, but yeah.
This is my arch nemesis. If she owned a pit bull, she's 100% my Lex Luthor. She's an arrogant, cunt, fat pig, single mom with no job who's on the dole and that we're paying for. If she has a pit bull and the kid has a, father, then this is, I don't think, they plugged this into an AI machine and spit it out at us.
It's great how many people and this is because of the overages that Medicare and stuff uses is one of the reasons why they'll be like, well, we can't just cover anything. We can't just do anything because then people will bill us out the ass for all sorts of procedures and services. So that's how they bottom rung a lot of people. So this lady's actually fucking over anybody that is in need of proper care.
Hey guys, guess what? Johnny can't get fucking stem cell treatments because this lady had to exercise her Munchausen by proxy on the taxpayer's fucking dime.
Well, I wasn't going to paint that, but kind of.
Yeah.
David says her daughter is thriving now that she's no longer receiving care. In Dallas, I'm William Joy.
Tarrant County officials are asking people to come forward if you've had any contact with Gasser in the past.
April steps forward and she's like, I've had so much contact. And they're like, ma'am, not with gassers. We mean this woman.
My husband just leaks out his ass constantly. So wait a minute, did they say she still has the kid?
No, after they took the kid away and now she's doing much better.
All right, yeah. Because again, another great way to prove that the mom is the problem. Well, we took the kid away from the mom and stopped taking the kid to the hospital. Now the kid's fine.
Yeah. Right. Mo Green says mom lies about her calories too. Yeah. No shit. The guys who help create these single moms are pieces of shit too most of the time. Johnny, I learned a good life lesson, as I often do, watching Law & Order SVU last night. There was an episode about a gentleman who had HIV and was using a hookup app to fuck women without a condom, and he wouldn't tell them that he was HIV positive. And one of the women, they did have a little talking to with her. They're like, look, here's all the HIV AIDS test advertisements outside your apartment. There's like 4 of them within walking distance. Here's the one at the bus stop you go to. Like, you never asked him to put on a condom. You just let him raw dog it. It was kind of funny because, like, the lady lawyer was kind of treating the woman who got fucked by an HIV guy. She was basically saying, oh, so you just raw dogging all the time, you whore. Like, basically slut-shaming the shit out of her. It was kind of fun to watch. But she raised a good point. She's like, yeah, that guy has HIV, and that's really bad. But you could have had him wrap it up. You could have asked him about his HIV status. You could have gotten tested. He could have gotten tested. But you just had to take raw dick, didn't you? And I was like, wow, this is kind of a ballsy SVU episode. And I kind of
does have a point.
I kind of feel that way about this guy saying, you know, oh, these single dads that create these single moms, they're pieces of shit too. Maybe, but you know, the woman can have him just wrap his cock. The woman doesn't have to take a hot load in her fucking twat because she's a skank. Like, she could just not get pregnant. There's that possibility
Birth
too.
control is a thing.
Yeah. Patrice O'Neill said it best. Birth control is a woman's responsibility. Period. End of story. In my humble opinion.
Gone before his time.
Hey, we passed up over 700 today. There we go. Nice job. Thank you, boys and girls. Scary Terry says we need to stop funding single motherhood. I agree with the guy. I mean, we make it so possible to just live off the fucking taxpayers with these pig gasser fat farting single moms.
And then if they have any sort of a job and pay any of their own bills, they turn around. I don't need no man. I'm self-sufficient. I'm a power bitch. Like, yeah. It's like, yeah, you don't need no man, but what is that EBT card?
Right. Yeah. You don't need a man. Yeah, because you have training wheels, motherfucker. Exactly. That's why you don't need a man. But yeah, I really hate that lady. And to me, like, you know when they say, like, oh, some people just unfairly stereotype. When it comes to single moms, that's me. 100%. I will admit to it every day of the week. And I'll tell you why I'll admit to it. Because if I put a bet down that single mom is a piece of shit or like a self-absorbed piece of shit or not a self-absorbed piece of shit, if I bet on self-absorbed piece of shit every time, I will make money. I'm not saying I won't be wrong sometimes, but I'm saying if I put $20 down every week on a different single mom, by the end of the year, I will have made a couple of bucks.
It's a net gain.
It's a net gain. You can't lose. It's an easy bet. It's perfect. Oh, that fucking lady. She is easy to hate, isn't she?
Yeah, as soon as I hear that you're making your kid get fucking blood draws and you're starving a child, that bothers me.
Honestly, like, me watching shitty single mom stories is like Kumia watching black crime stories. It just kind of feeds a bias we already have. You're just like, oh, you know what? That filled up the gas tank. Oh, there we go. Good. Sandy Squatch says, I cried watching my baby have blood drawn from the heel of her foot once. How the hell can any mother do this? I don't know, because they're not a fucking pussy like you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I was so kidding. April says, I live with a gasser. I fart a lot.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and defend myself. All right? I don't need to defend myself to the likes of you. Hobo Chili Recipe says she lies about her calories just like Aaron does. You motherfucker.
You guys do kind of are starting to have the same jawline, I'm going to say.
April says, it's none of our fault they're a single mom, right? I always feel like if it's not the public's problem, we shouldn't be paying for it. Yeah, I would love to cut them off. But their reaction to that is, oh, well, then they'll be forced to go into a relationship with like an abusive man or whatever. It's like, well, I thought we could maybe, turn this into maybe trusting you to not fuck garbage men. Like, not fuck pieces of shit, but I guess we can't count on that. Basically, a single mom's take is, oh, you can't cut me off the dole. I can't control myself, and I make really dog shit decisions.
I can't resist the urge to procreate. Like, right. No, how about you just don't have a kid? Like, that's the thing that bothers me the most. There are so many people that have kids that aren't qualified to take care of them or whatever. And with women and families on the dole, as you're saying, the biggest problem is a lot of times they have the one kid that they can't take care of, and then they have another kid. And I'm like, that should be a situation where we're like, no, we're helping you take care of this child. So if you have another kid, guess who loses all their assistance? Well, because you're making the problem worse.
They think it's going to help them. Like, they get sad, I'll have a kid. They get overwhelmed, I'll have a kid. That'll make people, basically, if I'm pregnant, people will be nice to me and give me things. If I have another baby, people will like me more. Oh, it's looking. Ugh. Dub says single moms worldwide have plenty of hate stories. Seldomly are they 100% true. Oh, for sure. For sure. And John, to answer your question over on Rumble, I've hated single moms since probably the day I was born.
I've hated single moms since I became one.
That's right. Let's go. Hey, Johnny, you know how we talk about all these stores now in like San Francisco and Portland that are closing? Because
racism.
Right. Yes. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's because of racism. I was going to say rampant theft, but you're right. I'm being disgusting. I apologize. Racism. When it comes to, like, what is it? Is it CVS and Walgreens closing down all over the place? A lot of them are saying, look, a lot of these cities just have policies on shoplifting that makes it impossible for us to stay in business, because you can bring in a backpack or a duffel bag and you just fill it up with shit, walk out. Nobody can call the cops on you. Nobody can intervene. Nothing like that. They don't want that.
They can't hire their own security staff.
Can't hire their own security staff. So now we have this story in, I believe, Georgia, and this poor lady is just trying to help out. She works at a Lowe's. She works at a hardware store. And somebody was shoplifting.
Beloved employee of Lowe's.
There we go. For a lot of people, if you work at a store and they're shoplifting, the store's policy, basically the manager and everyone else
don't intervene.
Yeah, we don't intervene. We don't get involved, so on and so forth. But some people are like, well, look, man, I work here. I want to protect the place I work. I got to intervene. I got to do something about this. I got to stop this person. And
it's the broken window formula. Eventually, someone has to intervene or it's just going to get worse.
Exactly. So now with this story, we have a woman who intervenes on behalf of the store. And, you know, you would think that the store would go, oh, thank you. You don't need to do that. But thank you for at least defending our store and this, that, and the other, or the public would rally behind her. If you're wondering why people sit by and do nothing while shit like this happens, this next story is exactly why. Before we do, $240 away from today's goal. We are getting there, guys. Let's go on a couple more rallies. We'll get this thing within striking distance before we rattle the offering plate and play the gospel music a little bit later on today. PayPal and Streamlabs, the best way to do it. We take about 95% of that. Rumble, second best. We take about 80% of that. YouTube, we take 70%. Gifted memberships are awesome. Whatever you feel like throwing forward to Steel Toe today, thank you very much in advance. Here we go. Lowe's worker speaks out after stepping into a shoplifting situation.
Beloved employee of Lowe's in Rincon has been fired after trying to stop a group of shoplifters.
So if you're ever asking, hey, why doesn't anybody intervene and try to stop these people from robbing the place where it'll eventually close and then there'll be this big hole in the market in these cities and they'll get even shittier? It's because when they do try to do the right thing, they get canned. Not only that, this woman got the living shit beat out of her for her trouble.
And again, really great message to send here on the whole, like, hey, theft is totally okay. I'm sure this won't be a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure this won't embolden bad people to steal even more. Hey, don't worry. Nobody's going to intervene and nobody's going to stop you from stealing a bunch of expensive shit. Okay, that's good. And if someone does, we'll fire them. Like, this is where it's hard not to believe that this is a conspiracy. Because either it's a conspiracy and someone's in on it, which would make me feel better, or this is our best idea, which is stop anyone from being able to help evil proliferate and just let evil do what evil's going to do and punish anybody who gets in the way. The
only way to stop evil men is to, inaction.
Yes. I believe that's how the old saying goes. The only way to stop evil is for good men to do nothing. I think that's...
Pretty sure that's what it is.
And we showed in World War II, sometimes the only way to stop evil is for just slightly less evil people to do something. I mean, isn't that kind of how it worked?
Yeah, we're talking about the Russians.
You had two groups of really shitty people, and the slightly less shitty group of people won. I mean, unless, yeah, you're right. Unless you count Russia, then.
All right, so then there were three groups of shitty people.
Yeah, Russia kind of drags down our average, don't they? Then again, we did nuke 500,000 people. So,
WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone reports lots of customers are really upset about this.
According to
then
Rankin,
do something about it. Stop shopping there. We're gonna, like, honestly, I know that Americans hate this, but you're going to have to put in the work. You're going to have to inconvenience yourself a little bit if you're going to see this shit change. If you stop going to Lowe's and you say it's because, oh, you don't support your employees and you let people shoplift and they just come in and steal and you don't do anything. And when someone does do something, you fire them and they get the shit kicked out of them. You guys are going to have to go to Home Depot or somewhere else and actually...
But that's the problem with all this shit. Everyone wants to be an activist as long as it doesn't cost them anything. Like the Stop Oil Now people. You just walk down a street doing absolutely nothing. I'm raising awareness. No, you're doing nothing.
Right. You're blocking traffic and you're making sure that those people are never going to be on your side.
Police Donna Hansborough, who was employed here at this Lowe's in Rincon for 13 years in the garden section, she was just trying to do the right thing, following out some shoplifters. That's when she got punched in the face 3 times, and now she's in the unemployment line.
First time I've ever been hit. First time I ever had a black eye. First time I've ever been fired in my life. I've had lots of jobs, but never fired.
Donna Hansborough was fired last month after trying to stop a group of alleged shoplifters at the...
So far, there is absolutely nothing unlikable about this person.
I will say this. Her job might have ended, but her career as an apple bobber is fucking bright.
She can sink those choppers into a fucking nice Granny Smith and pull it right out. Like, hey, we won. We've got chomps on our team.
I believe as she came out the door when they were leaving the store, she said, "Whoa, Wilbur, you can't leave without paying for that."
And they held out a sugar cube in their hand, and then when she went to take it, they punched her right in the face.
Right in the face.
Terrible distraction.
Lowe's in Rincon. She says she asked for a receipt when this happened.
He tossed it at me. It was a Walmart receipt. And then I saw 2 more going out. I just lost it. And I grabbed the last one going out. I don't even know how I got out in the parking lot.
Yeah, when that woman grabs a shoplifter's arm and says, "I'm losing it," I'm sure that person's real intimidated. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm glad you were brave. I'm glad you stood up for the store when nobody else will. But let me just put it this way. You're so not the person to do that. You know, just like wrong messenger.
You need Batman, and unfortunately, you're Aunt May. It's just not.
Right. It's unfortunately just the right person, or no, right time, wrong person. That's all it is. Actually, she said, you know, I was running that greenhouse for a long time, and now that I've been fired, I'm really glad someone else can take the reins for a while.
She said immediately after getting punched, and they told her, "We're sorry, ma'am, you're fired." She said, "You can't fire me. Who's going to take care of all the weed I'm growing in the back?"
Oh, no. They said, "Would you like, we can hook you up with a nice severance package." And she said, "Nay."
Oh.
Don't.
That's when she was hit 3 times in the face, causing a black eye. The 3 suspects getting away.
You know what the name of the, band she's in is?
No.
It's the you remember the Muppets band? That Animal was the drummer in? She was actually the original naming member.
What was that band called?
Called Dr. Her and the Electric Mayhem. Get it? Because it's Dr. Teeth. She has really big teeth. It was a reach.
Feel good about yourself?
I'm just trying not to make black jokes because we all know who punched her in the eye.
With more than $2,000
I thought you were going to say her band's name was the Black Eyed Peas.
That would have been a good one. Let's get retarded.
Getting away with more than $2,000 worth of merchandise.
Holy shit.
There's too much merchandise going out. I love that department. I love that store.
Oh, no. Don't cry, lady. Oh, lady, stop crying. Ah, shit. That is a lot, though. Like, if you've ever been to a greenhouse, flowers are not, like, crazy expensive. Do you know how much shit yeah.
You got to work for that. And again, the worst part I have with this is that if you follow this to its logical conclusion where nobody stands up, nobody intervenes, when that store closes down, you get a whole bunch of people, I don't know why this is happening. Yeah. It must be because they hate us. It must be racist. It must be, classism. They're coming at us because we're poor. No, it's because you guys keep fucking stealing from the store, so the store can't stay open.
That's exactly what it is. When the store closes, it's corporations, it's bigotry, they don't care about our community. No, you're right. That's why you should have supported, Jimbo Smith and his hardware store when it was there instead of going to fucking Lowe's all the time. They're a corporation. They don't give a shit about your community. They care about making money. Jimbo would have stuck it out for a few years of losing money and maybe denied himself a paycheck or reported losses on his taxes for a few years. And, stuck it out to see if next year will be better. Take out a small business loan. See if you can keep things afloat. But as soon as Lowe's showed up, you told Jimbo and his son to go fuck themselves right in their asses. They closed down. Lowe's was left. And now you're going to be mad when they leave. Congratulations. You are the problem. Nice. That's what I mean. If they, we can blame politicians. Sure, they suck. But we know they suck. They've always sucked.
And on the local elections, you put them in there.
Right. And so, when it comes to shit like this is actually something we can change. This is something we can do, but we don't want to. We don't want to inconvenience ourselves to change something we claim to be passionate about. We fucking stink.
Ultimately fired Hansborough several days after the incident, saying she violated company policy that bars employees from intervening. Meantime, Rincon police are still looking.
Oops. You ever feel guilty for being so right?
It's like I'm living at the stereotype store. They're just shipping it out now.
And by the way, I did not watch this story before we did it this morning. I just,
You just played the odds. Once again, you bet your $20 and it paid off.
I'm not the bad guy. I'm very passive in this experience. I just put my $20 down and I say this, and I keep winning. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not the one rooting for
I'm just right.
Yeah. Oh, I bet that was a single mom. Mr. Imholt, you won $5,000 this month gambling on the Is It a Single Mom game. Okay, well, that doesn't make me a shitty guy. That just means,
look. Gino Bisconti, I'm sick of being right.
Yeah.
Looking for the alleged shoplifters.
Subjects 1 is in custody in Chatham County on unrelated charges, and the other 3 have pending.
Unrelated charges. Look, we got the first suspect. Not for this. Turns out this guy was up to bad shit all the time.
Oh, don't worry. Punching an old bitch in the face at a Lowe's is not the worst thing he's done. Listen to what he's about to say about the other 2. This gets to another problem we have. No fucking bail. Congratulations.
For the alleged shoplifters.
Subjects 1 is in custody in Chatham County on unrelated charges, and the other 3 have pending warrants.
They have previous warrants out for their arrests. Oh, do you know how much fucking money? I'm going to the cashier window after today's show.
Going to the pay window, Daddy.
I want to grab people like those guys just by the shoulder and go, stop it! You're making me look like shit! I go out of my way to think maybe not this time, and then you show up, you fuck.
See, whereas I wouldn't do that. I'd be way nicer. I'd walk up and I'd like to say thank you, because people keep calling me racist, but fortunately, you're living stereotypes, so I'm just stating facts.
Hey, I want to thank you guys, and to show my appreciation, I want to hook you up with some cash. Could you give me one of those Ryobi power drills you stole for about 80% off? That would be great. Thanks. You're doing me a mitzvah.
I'll put it right into your commissary account. God knows that's where it's going.
Several customers at the Rincon Lowe's Friday upset they'll no longer see Hansborough, who they lovingly nicknamed the Plant Lady.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's a real creative name. Hey, fuck you guys, first of all. You're going to keep going there. You're going to call the next lady who works there the Plant Lady, and you're going to move on with your life. Knock it off.
You're going to feel bad for all of 2 seconds while the camera's in your face.
Exactly.
named the Plant Lady.
Yeah, I know Donna. She's the only one I go to when I go to the flower shop, me and my wife.
We've been friends forever, and she's been a super sweet lady.
That's why these past weeks have been especially hard for Hansborough.
First 3 weeks I stayed home. First to heal, second I was too embarrassed to go out. Because a lot of people know me as a plant lady. And it hurts because
If Lowe's doesn't fire her back or hire her back,
fire her back. We're firing you back.
Come back here. Still fired, bitch. If they don't hire her back and this store doesn't go under and have to close, then these people have no souls.
Well, I'm pretty sure the store will go under and have to close eventually, but it's going to be due to theft.
Yeah, that's true.
like them all.
Police are still looking for Joseph and Takia Berry, but for Jamar Lawton, he's already been booked in the Chatham County Detention Center. And as for Hansborough, she's having to find a new job. In Rincon, Lydia Blackstone, WJCL 22 News.
Well, let's hope she finds that new job. Lowe's really.
Wow, there we go. That was that news anchor's way of saying, all right, fuck her, moving on. So that was in Georgia.
It would be just really, really funny if that lady ended that conversation with, never mind, I won't. That's
by all means, go ahead.
I'm worried. I don't want to get you. This is your channel, man.
Oh, okay. Well, then in that case, everyone can use their imagination, and then they can contact you later and see if they won.
I'm sure they won't bother me on my show with what I meant.
White Rex becoming a baby boot. Thank you to everybody who becomes a member of this program. We appreciate it. Chris Drives 88 says, you're like Ian Malcolm. Boy, do I hate being right all the time. I mean, it puts me in a weird fucking position. Because I got to sit here and go, I mean, I kind of thought that. I didn't want to say it, but I kind of knew. And then they show me, and then I'm like, I knew it, but if I would have said it.
See, whereas I'll say it, and they'll be like, that's racist. I'm like, yeah, and that's the bastard doing it.
Ryobi says you rang. No, different. Yeah, I guess, Ryobi, that I did make a Ryobi reference, but I wasn't going to purchase you. White Rex says they was headed to church. Yeah, that blue-eyed white devil coaxed them into coming into Lowe's. That's what it was. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, they did fire her back and her front. The Mood says, an all-time low for Lowe's. Friendo, Shorty got Lowe's. Fucking idiot. I like it. That's what you get for trying to stop a shoplifting lady, says Union Jack. Let's go over to, go ahead, Johnny. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, it's sad that the lady loses her job for this. Like, I mean, punish her, reprimand her, time off without pay, whatever. But they'll literally fire the chick.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully they give her a job back because like a lot of times those news stories will run and then people will call and like it goes viral, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Again, like, I'm sorry, even if this didn't happen as far as a story, I don't think grandma's going to fight for the next person walking out with $2,000 worth of plants.
No.
Just from the punch in the face.
You're going to lose.
You know what? No.
$2,000. Yeah, you're going to lose that $2,000 worth of plants more often now. 09 Canyon says we had turnstiles in and out of the auto parts store and at least 2 public libraries when I was a kid. You couldn't just walk out with stuff easily. Now we're too fat for turnstiles. He's not wrong. Over in the Rumble chat, Death Beholden says time off without pay would be worse than being fired. Maybe. It depends on how quick you can turn around and find another gig. Mayo Riot with $2 says make sure to wish Royce Lopez a happy birthday on Twitter. Happy birthday to Royce indeed.
Who's Royce Lopez?
Sure. Royce from Revenge of the Sith.
It's a joke.
Oh, fuck me.
I was only kidding.
I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
I want to notch a W today, guys. 240 away from today's goal. And we've got 1 hour until we take this here offering plate, shake it in front of you, and hope we can knock out today's goal. Half hour of overtime. If we hit it, it is what keeps us on the air. $240 away from today's goal. Let's go on a nice rally in the next hour. Let's get that under 150 or so we can have a striking distance chance of knocking out today's funding goal. Oh, it says Friday again. Aaron, you stupid shit. You know, when I changed it to Monday, we went on a nice little run there. There we go. 240 away from Monday. morning's goal. Thank you very much. So everybody throw in a couple of bucks, and we'll get this thing knocked out. PayPal and Streamlabs, the best way to do it. Rumble, the second best way. YouTube, the third best way. Thank you guys very, very much. Oh, boy. Striking Distance, one of Bruce Willis's better movies. Someday I'm going to go and watch like the Bruce Willis aphasia era,
God, no, I
I'm
can't.
dying movies. Like when
Dude, I saw what was it? Not Owen Wilson. Was
Luke
it Owen
Wilson? Yeah, he was in the one
Luke
with
Wilson.
Luke
Yeah,
Wilson.
I saw the one with Luke Wilson where Luke Wilson is literally carrying the whole movie, and just Bruce Willis is just yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then he walks off.
Gasoline
Like,
Alley.
no. Yeah, I can't. No, not my Bruce Willis. I'm sorry.
Bruce Willis is all of his lines in that movie were yeah. Gasoline Alley. Bruce Willis. I want to see if I can find a
saying
clip.
still need to watch Hudson Hawk. That is one of his best movies.
Gasoline
Sorry, Hudson Hawk is the best.
I need to find one where it's just the two of them talking. Because just the two of them talking is just, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Bruce Willis doesn't talk. It's like the Steven Seagal movie where he doesn't stand. It's like he does the whole thing sitting down. It's not good.
Here we go. This is a clip from Gasoline Alley.
All right, concerned citizen. Why don't you tell me who you think's involved? Bloso. He's an ex-fighter.
Oh, no, Bruce Willis. I don't think Bruce is in this
Certainly know how
clip.
to break their necks.
Does he show up later?
No. He's on this clip. That guy's a somebody, too. That guy's in stuff.
I almost thought that was fucking Hawkeye for a minute there before we got close. Jeremy Renner.
No.
But then we
it's,
got in closer, and I was like, nah, it's not the mayor.
Listen to his voice. I know this guy.
He'd certainly know how to break their necks clean enough. So this preacher.
Oh, God, I fucking know that guy. Ah, shit. But yeah, if you can ever find a clip of Gasoline Alley where it's Luke Wilson and Bruce Willis, it's literally Luke Wilson talking, and like Johnny said, it's Bruce Willis going, yeah.
Yeah. He kind of laughs like when he tells stories like Angela, like, yeah. And the whole time he has an earpiece in and they're just telling him what to say.
That's
He
right.
just repeats it.
Yeah, because he had such bad memory. He couldn't remember his lines, so he had to just get, fucking A. Bruce's end of his career was a nasty one. That sucks. But but he made like a shitload of straight to DVD and like straight to streaming service movies because he was building up a war chest so his family would have
Money
shitload
left
of
over,
money.
yeah, and that's super awesome of him. And for me, it just makes me fucking super sad because, like I said, fucking so many great movies. Then at the end there, the Red series, those two movies were awesome.
Yep, the Red movies did really well. 09 Canyon says, is it Josh Duhamel? No, it's Gasoline Alley cast.
Laughing Lion saying Devon Sawa.
Devon Sawa, yeah, but where do I know Devon Sawa from?
Wasn't he in, like, when he was younger, wasn't he in, like, fucking one of the fucking...
Oh, dude, you ready for this?
What?
The DOC from NWA is in that movie. They've got the DOC. I'll be honest with you, I thought he was dead. I'll
be honest with you, I now have a reason to kind of want to see the movie.
Devon Sawa was in Little Giants. That's not what I know him from, though.
He was in a lot of it. Wasn't he in I'm thinking of someone else in the fucking Final Destination movies.
Yep, he was in all the Final Oh, yeah, that's the guy from... Shit, that's the main guy from Final Destination.
Death could not kill him.
He just kept going. Oh,
yeah, and then what was it? He had to sacrifice himself for Hottie McFoddy Pants and their kid. I don't even remember.
Yeah,
anymore.
you know Hottie McFoddy Pants. Who doesn't know Hottie McFoddy?
Yeah, I only remember her from Heroes because she was the bipolar chick who had an alternate personality that was a superhero. I was like, wow, that's really, really cool. Like, hey, I'm a normal person, but if I switch, the other guy has like superhuman strength and can like lift a building.
Okay, Johnny. We've got to do the Google search that proves, is he a character actor or is he not a character actor?
I'm saying no. SVU. I'm wagering now, no.
Was he in an episode of Law & Order SVU? Here we go. Devin Sawa. Nope. No SVU.
I knew it.
He was not in SVU. There you go. I saw an episode last night that was, you ready for character actors? John Larroquette and Bruce McGill. And I was like, oh my God, it's two super character actors in a row. One episode there was, what's the less famous older Brolin? James?
I think so.
James Brolin was in one. I'm like, yep, that's a character actor, all right. The DOC was supposed to be dead 30 years ago. Devin Sawa was Stan? Like in the music video? Well, fuck me. I didn't
know that.
Allie Larder, also whipped cream girl from Varsity Blues. Is that who you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. That was.
I had a thing with Allie Larder. She's kind of hot.
Oh, James Brolin is Josh's dad. I thought he was his older brother.
No, he's his dad.
Fuck. Well, then aren't
Talk
I
about the apple falling way farther than the tree.
Or farring.
Faring.
And it fare very far. The whole goddamn apple, don't you know?
He was in a Goonies.
Oh God, Jack Burton goes, James London Brolin. Oh, that's Broyle. That's why. Why are we doing this to each other? We're supposed to be friends. 240 away from today's goal. Let's hit it, boys and girls. You know, the biggest news that Wheel of Fortune has made in years is that Pat Sajak's finally fucking off.
Yeah, he's going to become like the board of trustees for a fucking college.
Yeah, he's going to become the board of trustees head for Hillsdale College, which is like a really conservative college. It's amazing. Like Wheel of Fortune's one of those shows. It's been on forever. People know exactly when it's on. It doesn't need to promote or advertise or anything else. You know what it is. And they throw it out there, and it just keeps getting its viewers every night. Well, now they're getting rid of... they're not getting rid of Pat Sajak. He's retiring. He's 76. He wants to be done. Vanna White is 66. She's kept herself in wonderful shape. But Vanna White's making this really stupid decision based on this emphatic belief in herself and a lack of knowledge of how show business works, even at her age. She wants to now make a deal. She thinks she's dealing from a position of strength, which, no offense, you're 66 in a job where your whole thing is you're hot and you touch the light up board. That's your whole thing. Your job has gotten easier as you've gotten older. You used to have to physically turn those lights.
Yeah.
And now you just got to touch the little screen. That's it. You're like a weatherman. So Vanna White's 66 years old. They're bringing in Ryan Seacrest. And she says, hey, I ain't sticking around on Wheel of Fortune until you pay me Pat Sajak money once Ryan Seacrest starts.
I thought she wanted Pat's job. She just wants the pay. That's an even stupider argument.
Yeah, that is a really dumb argument. So,
and I'm sorry, Vanna, but Pat technically made your replacement already. It was Ashley Sajak or whatever. Fucking...
Oh, his
Pat
daughter?
Yeah, Pat Sajak's daughter's a fucking smoke show. And if you're going to... there were people making jokes that the show should have... Because, what is it? Maggie Sajak or something like that? I forget.
Maggie Sajak, yeah.
Yeah. And she's been, part of the show in a bunch of different ways. And then at one time, they had a joke where they had Vanna White's son and Pat Sajak's daughter on the show at the same time. And people were joking, oh, Vanna White's son can be the bored guy and Pat Sajak's daughter can be the lead girl. And it could be like a gender swap thing, hey, we're all equal, whatever. And a lot of people had their little, fanfic shit with this. But again, as I'm saying, sorry, Vanna White, but there's a replacement for you. Maggie Sajak could do your job just as well.
It's just this weird thing where, again, she thinks she's dealing from a position of strength where she's going, oh, yeah, you need to give me Pat Sajak's money or I won't be back. And they're all like, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to be back then. Oh, no. What are we going to do? We need to scour show business to find a really attractive young blonde woman who people want to fuck and can touch a screen. Whatever are we going to do?
And we have to get that woman who's willing to work for a pay wage that maybe isn't fair or just, and hopefully not just complain about it later.
Vanna White, I think, makes $3 million a year.
I don't know how much Vanna makes, but again, the biggest problem I have with people in entertainment industry is you sign these contracts and these deals and you know they're not in your favor, but you sign it because you're in a bad spot and you're like, I'll be in a better spot. And then when you get to that better spot, you have the audacity to complain about the deal you signed. Yeah. These people own my masters. These people have this, they have that. Yes, and it said that in the contract when you put your name on it.
That pissed me off when Taylor Swift tried to make that Scooter Brooks or whatever his name was.
Yeah, there's an Asian lady doing a similar thing now too.
Yeah, so this Scooter Braun, oh yeah, she's the one who's shitting on Taylor Wood's ex-boyfriend, Matt Healy, because he owns her masters. And the problem is, like the Taylor Swift thing, everyone jumped on her side because it was Taylor Swift. Oh, poor girl. Like she's got the aw shucks poor girl thing down pat. And she said, can you believe this Scooter Braun won't let me have my masters? Yes, I can believe it. It was a business thing. You signed over your masters. You signed a record deal with them. You had a lawyer and an agent look over it. You all agreed. This is the deal. And then when your masters got worth a shitload of money, then all of a sudden you went, oh, well, now I want my masters. And can you believe this big bully won't give them to me? And then he basically got guilt-fucked into giving them up.
But that's the thing that pisses me off more. He gave him up.
Yeah, she's re-released a bunch of her shit now in the last few years.
Well, because the thing with that is my thing with Taylor Swift, and I'll say this to her face, the best thing about Taylor Swift songs are when someone else covers them. Like, I don't like Taylor Swift. I love Taylor Swift's music performed by bands and people I like. Like, if Jared Leto sings a Taylor Swift song, I will like the song. But there's a lot of Taylor Swift songs that I found out I liked because I found out, oh, this isn't that band's song.
Oh, you know what? I'm wrong. She didn't. She re-recorded the songs.
Oh.
So she didn't.
Okay, she circumvented it.
She circumvented it by re-recording her songs. She didn't get her masters. Okay, good. Because she doesn't deserve them. That guy should have them. But
it was part of the deal.
Yeah. Vanna White, 66, is asking for the same salary as Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak. One source is now alleging that she's now holding out for just half of what he makes. 50% of Pat's salary is so outrageous that no one in their right mind could say that's fair, the unidentified insider said. The negotiation is asking for much more than 50% of his salary. It's asking for the same pay, if not more. Since Sajak announced his retirement last month and Ryan Seacrest was named as his successor, it has been rumored that White is in the middle of serious salary negotiation with the network in order to make a return. I mean, they can, again, if it were me, I'd just get rid of her.
It's the best time to, if you're redoing everything. You're already putting Seacrest in there, and that's a forced thing. Because the other guy's going, so you got to do that. If I were her, I'd be like, this is the worst time to fucking rock the boat. I want to make sure they don't ship me off, too. So, because it's going to be, like, even if they keep her, it's going to be weird. Seacrest and his grandma just fucking...
Well, not only that, she's going to think she can pull rank on Seacrest. Like, hey, I've been here the whole time. You just got here. And then it's going to get awkward when you find out, oh, no, he's the host. Like, he's the guy. You're just
and it's also... It's just like there was always kind of a banter and a chemistry between Pat Sajak and Vanna White, and that worked because they were together all the time. They're kind of in a similar age range. If you do that kind of stuff now, it feels a little weird because again, gilf. So
right, exactly. Bigot on socialist media says quite often you literally have the shittiest takes. What do you mean? These takes are wonderful. These are great. You're getting grade A stuff, and you're getting it for cheap. We're still $240 away from today's goal. Oh, wonderful takes coming out of my face today. I mean, you could replace Vanna White with, like, April watches The Price is Right every morning. That Rachel from The Price is Right kind of looks like a young Vanna White. You could get this woman. She could do it. Just put her up there and have her flip numbers. Yeah, The Price is Right could be like your training ground.
And I hate
for
to
new
say
Wheel
this,
of Fortune chicks.
But they've kind of been bending over backwards to justify Vanna's existence on the show.
Right.
Because once they could just, do it from the control board, they really don't need her for anything. And it was just her presence there was always a thing, so they weren't going to. So I just feel like this is the time to go, do we need a blonde lady to hit the numbers and to, because again, the whole purpose of Vanna was to show off the stuff and to hit the fucking letters. And we don't need that first part at all.
Exactly. None of the people who watch Wheel of Fortune can get boners anymore anyway. So
that's not true. There's a lot of people that fucking Wheel of Fortune is generational.
I'm
literally. I'm not even kidding. In this house, my daughter watches Wheel of Fortune every night with her mother and her grandmother because it's been a thing. Her mother's like, I even learned to spell from Wheel of Fortune. So they all watch Wheel of Fortune. And it does help. She fucking calls out the letters.
Yeah. Kelly says she brings nothing really, just nostalgia. I mean, that's kind of what Johnny and I were saying, was like, they've bent over backwards and paid her $3 million as her job gets less and less necessary.
And I'm sorry, Maggie's hotter.
They are definitely hiring a gay black transgender for Vanna's part, says White Rex. Oh, see, you know what? I never thought of that.
Hey, wait a minute. Dylan Mulvaney's available, right?
Fuck
he could be
you.
transgender and trans race. Identify as who you are. I am a proud black woman.
I don't want it to happen. Do not speak this evil into life.
Oh God, are you kidding me? I would start watching Wheel of Fortune. Oh my God, let's spin a letter.
Oh no.
It's T. Do you know what T counts for? Ah! Has a fucking hyper spaz attack every time because that's apparently how women behave. Just like, oh, you got it right. Congratulations. Would you like to call? I'll call a vowel. I'll call A. All right. Do we have any A's? He got an A.
Oh God damn it. I might as well have it sponsored by Bud Light and do the whole thing then, right? That's what Wheel of Fortune's going to do. Wheel of Fortune's like, you know what we're going to do? Pat Sajak's gone. Let's see if we can kill this thing.
Let's torpedo this bitch.
Let's put Dylan Mulvaney on the air and just see if we can fuck this. You know what? We're in a mood where we've been destroying legacy brands for the last year. Tell you what, why don't we see if we can we took care of Bud Light. Let's see if we can hammer out Wheel of Fortune. We killed Ghostbusters. We'll keep going. We'll cross it off our list. Kaji, oh boy, I'm in the Rumble chat now. Kaijo Koshe says Seacrest is garbage. Vanna does hold higher rank than the douche who brought us Kardashians. Who, Ray J? Death Beholden says, oh no, don't say we need a blonde lady because you're going to get a fat black bitch. But that could be kind of fun. Like you put Monique in there and just like, she's in a bad mood all the time. And she's just yelling, why don't you flip your own goddamn numbers? All I do is turn a fucking digital screen anyway, motherfucker. It's like,
starts talking about other shit. How about we talk about some serious inequality issues? Like, whoa.
You could get Just Happy to Be There Sherry Shepherd to do it. She's like, oh, I want to tell you why these letters are so positive, y'all, and what they mean for the positivity of mankind, and why we're all just being so good to each other with all these letters and words and teaching people to read. They could get Magic Johnson's son/daughter to do it, says Sydney Shaw. Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says gay black trans quadriplegic. Oh, boy. How many boxes are we trying to check off all at once?
Sweet Jesus.
Shit. All right, boys and girls, it's getting a little heavy in here. 2:40 away from today's goal. 40 minutes away from taking this here offering plate, shaking it at you, playing the gospel music, and seeing if we can knock out that 240, which is what we need to keep this bad boy on the air. And then there you go. Hopefully we can knock that out. If you feel like chipping in a little bit, please do. We consider 150 to be striking distance for that 5-minute run. So let's see if we can get it around there. PayPal, Streamlabs, the links are pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. They are also in the Rumble chat. Rumble and YouTube, also a great way to contribute to the program. If you're feeling generous, please help keep us around. We appreciate it. Hit your likes, hit your thumbs up, hit your subscribes. We appreciate that as well. Rincewind with $5. There you go. Let's let that be the start of a rally. Rincewind says, Johnny, I love you, but Jared Leto, you broke my heart, Fredo. You broke my heart.
Look, I'm not saying the guy isn't a huge deuce, but deuce?
Or a douche. Either one.
Can't speak today. But yeah, he has a great singing voice. All right? He has an amazing voice. He's also an incredibly huge piece of shit, but he's a great voice. Rumored to have a big dick. I don't know.
Rumored to have a big dick.
Rumored to have a big cock.
Kenneth Pogue says, get the Downsy Victoria's Secret model. I mean, that would that would score him some points, though.
She wearing a scarf? No, that's a bib in case she drools.
God. Now, see, that's where and that's where they would run into problems on Wheel of Fortune. Is right there. Is the goddamn jokes.
Keeps trying to chew on the letters.
Oh, man, she's really chewing the scenery tonight. Oh, you mean like Jack Nicholson and Batman? No, I mean like she's literally just eating the set. It's fucked up. Now you got me doing it. You know what? I'm going to take a minute and a half. You go ahead and plug your show. Talk about what you're doing today. When I come back, let's have that goal down to 150. I'm going to go drain myself and maybe lose some weight, and I'll come back looking thinner. Johnny, go ahead.
Keep telling yourself that. All right, so we're going to be having a fun show for you today from 2 to 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll be covering some of the top news stories and various things. Obviously, we'll be talking about Biden and how people are continuing to hate what he does, as well as I'm sure we'll have new stuff about the Jason Aldean controversy. And we'll have whatever fun videos we find. I grab everything right after this show ends, so it will be as fresh as possible. Fresh news. Emptying the sperm supply. No, Dad Jester, that he can't do that. They took the pipes out of the works for that. Get the Pope to be the host of Wheel of Fortune. The Pope can't be the host of Wheel of Fortune because then he'd be too busy trying to. All right, I can't say certain things on YouTube, so we got to be careful. They should add a combat element. Yes, Wheel of Fortune fighting. That's no longer do you just give up the spot. You can immediately you each grab a side of the wheel. And now you got to get at each other, kind of like your hands are tied together. You know, that whole West Side Story thing. We'll give them each knives. That'll be great. Fighting Wheel of Fortune.
I missed something.
Yeah, I was talking about my show and how I'll do all of my show prep when the show is, when this one's done, because I get the news as fresh as possible.
Oh, okay.
So, and then they took it out on a rant. They were arguing that you were emptying your sperm supply.
Oh.
And then, who is it? Dario Delfino suggesting that maybe we just have a combat element to Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, that one of the spaces is some kind of combative thing.
Instead of bankruptcy, it's just fight.
It's doable. It's doable. All right, guys, let's knock that number down. I'm getting a little nervous here. I don't want to be Mr. E-Beggar, but you know what I do for a living. Let's all chip in a little bit and keep this show on the air. Keep it going, as it were. We need to hit those goals, and we'll add a half hour of overtime. The show won't end in 40 minutes if we can knock that out. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. Let's go on to the next story that we have. That Burger King assistant manager who served fries from the trash to customers. We talked about her last week. Mm-hmm. Apparently, that's such a big deal that she could go to jail for 20 years because of this.
Yeah.
She's facing 20 years in prison for serving trash fries.
You realize what she did, right?
I understand that that's a bad thing and you're fucking with people's food. But
yeah, but do you get what? It's a trash can. It's literally a fucking bin of bacteria. Even if you put a fresh bag in there, if it goes in the trash can, it's probably got bacteria or whatever. You could end up causing an E. coli thing. There's all sorts of shit. I don't know quite E. coli. I think that's more raw chicken. But
yeah.
Either way, you're still playing genetic monopoly with somebody's life. And you're just seeing what square you're going to land on.
But I'm just thinking of other shit they put people in jail for 20 years for, and it's not a lot of stuff.
I'm thinking it should be more, but...
Okay, let's find out.
The manager of an upstate Burger King is under arrest after she served dirty fries to customers. Yes, police say they received a complaint from headquarters with those accusations. This is 39-year-old Jamie Major. Officers say she took fries from the trash and put them in the fry dump, where freshly cooked fries are placed on top. Oof. Major's charged with malicious tampering.
So she put it in the entire bin of fries. So it wasn't
just
she
polluted the whole batch.
Oh.
The whole batch, baby.
Okay, you know what? But I would have been happy with 5 to 10.
Nope. I'm feeling like 20's fair.
Okay, 20's fair.
Look, if it was like, hey, it was busy and it was to get them out the door, I did a fry from the thing. Like, okay, once or twice, like, okay, maybe I'm being a little, but if you're telling me you're taking those dirty fries, you're putting them in the clean bin bay, which has a heating light in it to keep things at a relatively good temperature. Also great for growing bacteria, by the way. That's why they love to use stainless steel surfaces that they can wipe down with heavy industrial cleaners. But if you're going to go ahead and put diseased fries in there and then fresh fries on top, you might as well just start baking bacteria.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad. She's going to go to jail. I don't think she's going to go to jail for 20 years. I think she'll plead out because they probably have her on camera doing it, so you'd be stupid to go to trial.
I'd love to see her do like time, and then they're like, hey, how about we have her work in the kitchen?
She gets KP duty while in jail. Because I think 20 years is one of those things they throw at you to scare the shit out of you. And then you go, all right, I'll plead down. And they're like, all right, 5. She goes, okay, I plead guilty. It's like the judge probably wouldn't have got us more than 5 to 7 years anyway. So
I'd have got him 10.
I'd have got him 10. Sean says she filed a lawsuit on the person that threw them away. No, she did. Is that true, or is she fucking around?
That's bullshit. And even so, that's not going to work. It doesn't matter whether or not that they shouldn't have been thrown. You don't do it, man.
Facing 20 years in prison for serving fries from the trash can. Though don't expect it. Last September, an ex-Arby's manager was sentenced to only 5 years in prison after admitting to urinating in the store's milkshake mix and possessing child pornography. And he only got 5
the second
years.
charge, only getting 5, is actually worse than the first. I'm going to say the milk mix thing, whoa, but wait a minute, what?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's no way she's going to get 20 years because the guy had child pornography and he only got 5. And he pissed in the milkshake machine.
At this point, I'm thinking, like, shit, she didn't really do anything that bad.
Right. This guy had...
I've got to stop eating fast food. Fuck, now I know why I'm so messed up.
Now all these people, they feel like shit, but they don't know if it's because of garbage fries or just because they ate fast food. Because, unfortunately, the effects of eating fast food are very similar to eating fries out of the trash. It's just kind of a general sluggishness and illness feeling. It's just... bad news all around.
Oh, no.
It's bad news. I'm sorry. Then the rest of this article is pretty much opinion at this point. Beloved Chatter says, does Johnny work at a helium factory part-time? I don't know. I'll let Johnny answer that in a second, but I will say when you got a good riff going on a show, you know what you should do in the chat is ask a completely unrelated question that's not very funny. But thank you, Beloved Chatter. Johnny, go ahead and answer.
I don't know why anyone would think I work at a helium factory.
Well, now they're just going to think that you're fucking...
I'm just really young and I haven't hit puberty yet.
Now they're thinking you're Marty McFly Jr. in Back to the Future Part 2. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do this. 2:35 away from knocking it out. Let's get close for the offering plate segment in a half hour from right now. Hit like, hit subscribe. Become a member on YouTube or become a subscriber on Rumble. That's a quick way to knock it down. Or just throw a couple bucks in the old PayPal or Streamlabs and help us get down to 0 today. This is a creep. A 27-year-old man pretended to be a 17-year-old student. And he didn't do it just for observational purposes, shall we say. Let's check this one out while you guys knock that goal down. Here we go.
Lincoln police say a 26-year-old man enrolled in the public school system, and now he's charged with sexual assault and sex trafficking of a minor. I'm Julie Cornell.
I'm Rob McCartney. Zachary Scheich faces 3 felony charges, and the question...
I don't know what the fuck is going on here with this video, but...
Zachary Scheich?
Zachary Scheich, 26 years old, posed as a high school student.
I really feel like just the name alone meant somebody should have been looking into this person.
Yeah.
Zachary Scheich faces 3 felony charges, and the questions abound, like, how did this happen?
KETV News Watch 7's Bill
Well, you see, he wanted to have sex, and then the girls didn't know he was 20. Oh, you mean like how did he get into high school? Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were wondering about the sexual assault charges that he's facing. That was, I mean, I could explain that to you, but we're both going to get uncomfortable.
Look, it's a sad fact that every time they cornered him about his applications and forms seeming a little bit suspect, he managed to expertly divert the topic by just going, I think I might be trans. And then they were too busy worrying about his gender identity to worry whether or not he was an actual student.
That's how you do it. Yeah, you just go with the trans part, and then you can kind of skate on all the rest of it. This guy reads the paper.
It's on the live desk with this breaking news update.
Julie, Rob, police say this afternoon they are still working to determine the scope of this case. We know this.
What race are you? Not this guy. I know what he is. You're like everything all mixed together. You had a white dad, a black mom, a Latino second dad, an Asian second mom. What are you?
He is America. That is a melting pot.
Are you Sideshow Bob? Are you Patrick Mahomes? I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. You are. Yeah, you're right. He is the United States of America. He is
and that knows very clearly.
He's a goulash. That's Polish.
Yep. This much. Zachary Scheich spent 54 days attending Lincoln North.
Zachary Scheich, more like Zachary Yikes. Am I right?
All right. Look, I feel really bad about this. How did that guy, I have a question. How did that guy score? Like, look at him. Look at him.
Dude, in high school, remember, every guy that looks like a gay gets pussy. The more soft features you have, the more you look like you moisturize in high school, the more you're getting laid. It's just the way it goes.
This case, we know this much. Zachary Scheich spent 54 days attending Lincoln Northwest and Lincoln Southeast high schools last year, masquerading as a student.
Mr. Scheich is approximately 5'4", 120.
Holy shit! Now you're right. How did he get pussy? Who fucked this little goblin?
5'4", 120 pounds. Seriously, did someone have a Frodo fetish? What the fuck?
The hell are you doing? Fucking. That's the thing that the parents are most disappointed in their daughters for. They're like, look, I know you're a victim, and I know he lied about his age, and that's terrible, and we're gonna take care of this, but if I ever find out that you're mating with a 5'4" person ever again, you're paying for your own college, and that's final.
20 pounds.
Look, I know my name's Kelly, but when we're having sex, can you call me Sam?
Frodo would have preferred it that way, believe me. April, I woke up in the middle of the night, and April was still watching. She was watching one of the Lord of the Rings movies, and that first one was just so fucking boring for me that I just don't even want to watch the second and the third one. Even though she says there's more war and fighting and shit like that.
Oh, yeah, it's way more action in the second two. And quite frankly, I just feel like given your proclivities, you'll have a massive boner in the other two. So,
well, I know there's a lot of Game of Thrones and Kingdom of Heaven people hanging around, which is always nice. I like that.
Just a gay old time.
Yeah.
120
I like
pounds
gay.
And appears to have blended in with other students.
5'4", 120 pounds. He's a tiny little guy.
The 26-year-old allegedly went by the name Zach Hess when he attended classes with high school students. He spent last fall's semester at Lincoln Northwest, then transferred to Lincoln Southeast in January. We checked Southeast website, lists his name as a graduate of the high school in 2015.
What a fucking nerd. You know, this doesn't say much about the school either, that this guy was able to transfer there and just go there. And there was they didn't need any paperwork. They didn't need anything from his last schools. He just enrolled there and they said, yup, sounds good to us.
Nobody recognized him.
Yeah. This could have been a 26-year-old with like Marine Corps experience in firearms and a lot of PTSD. Just let him in the school. It's fine. We don't need to confirm that he is who he claims to be. He looks trustworthy.
That's his yearbook photo. Police say a number of sources came forward with questions about Scheich, and a fraud investigation started on June 1st. He was arrested today at a Lincoln library. Police felt they needed to move quickly to prevent further victimization. The victims identified so far are all female. Police say he engaged with them by phone and computers. but they offered very few details about what Shaik may have done. So the question remains.
So it sounds like the girls may have been into him and that it's only an assault because he's 26 and they're 17 or they're maybe 16 or whatever, because the girls aren't totally cooperating. They're like, yeah, we had sex. I'm not going to tell you guys what we did. Like, I ain't telling you shit.
Great way to represent your gender. You fucked Megamind.
And then not only that, they're like, he only had sex with girls. Like the TV station is like going old school homophobic on it. They're like, don't worry, guys. He only crushed pussy. He didn't fuck any guys in the butthole. It's totally, look, it's not as bad as you think it could be.
So far are all female. Police say he engaged with them by phone and computers, but they offered very few details about what Shaik may have done. So the question remains, how did a 26-year-old enroll in high school?
Me. I got this. Because our public school system is absolute dog shit and you're basically sending your kid to a babysitter for 7 hours a day. Sorry, I just
I mean,
to help.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
The head of LPS security didn't have many answers yet.
Remember when they would threaten you when you would get in trouble in school, or like, you don't want it to go on your permanent record because it follows you here, there, and the other place? There was no permanent record. There was no, like, you got detention once when you were in 6th grade. There was no...
I kept up with you all the way to Harvard.
Yeah.
Like, no.
They were just scaring the shit out of you. That permanent record doesn't exist.
And you assholes are too dumb to recognize someone if they just wait a couple years and come back.
Right. That kid just came back to his old high school.
Requirement for enrolling in a school is to provide a birth certificate, an immunization record, and for high school students, a record of transcripts. Some parents don't vaccinate. Some homeschool kids don't have transcripts.
Are you really trying to excuse your guys' fuck up on this one by going, well, I mean, some parents don't vaccinate. Some kids are homeschooled. It's like, just admit you don't check. It'd be a lot less embarrassing for you guys just to admit, like, look, we never look into any of this shit. I mean, we'll have to now, but we
have a very strict system of rules and regulations to make sure this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Yes, and why didn't you use any of that? Because we never do.
Right. This is never something we do, ever.
And we have kids from across the world who come in who don't have birth records. So what's
well, guess what? This kid was none of those things. So try again, shitbird.
Provided to us is sometimes not as thorough as we'd like, or proof positive as this kind of case would make you think about.
How is it that the people in Nebraska are as boring as the state of Nebraska? It's remarkable to me.
At a certain point, your stuttering and stammering just sounds like you are just incapable of going, yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah, we fucked this one up. That's the worst, is like, I would forgive you guys in a way if you would just go, yeah, we fucked up. This is our screw up and we got to fix it. It's when you struggle and you try to explain it away that we all start cringing and going, oh, God, don't do that. We all know what happened here. Just
this
be
just
honest.
makes me think that this happens a lot more than this one time, and you just are like, oh, fuck, they found out about this
right.
one. Oh, so...
According to an email to parents of Lincoln Northwest and Southeast High students, the district says Shaik also enrolled in summer school this year, but did not attend. Lincoln Public Schools says it's reviewing its enrollment procedures.
No shit, really? You guys are going to change the way you allow people to just walk into your school and start taking classes? You mean you're going to cancel your great honors system that you had going on? No way. Get out of here. You guys are doing
I really
great.
want that guy to do hard time. Just because...
Oh, because he's 5'4", 120.
He's 5'4", 120. That guy will go from, hey, I went into a target-rich environment. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Guess who just got gills?
Yeah. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Kenneth gifting a membership. Gray Duckling with $9.99 says, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go indeed, guys. Keep her going. That puts us at 225. Matt Joe with $7.99 says something didn't smell right about Anthony. 220 away from today's goal. Keep it going, guys. Let's get those super chats and memberships in there. Kenneth gifting another membership. Thank you, buddy. 220 away from today's goal. 18 minutes until we rattle the old offering plate. Whoop, I forgot I put coins in there. Play the gospel music and see if we can get all of that back and see if we can have ourselves a successful little start to the week. So we're getting a little bit closer. We got about 18 more minutes to go. If you want to chip in. We do appreciate it. Let's go over here to the PayPal end of things. All right, we're clear there. 220 away from knocking it out. Here we go, guys. Let's get it under 200 by the time we rattle the cans. Let's call it a win. Let's start the week off with a victory here on Steel Toe and do a half hour of overtime for you. So, Hunter Biden news today, shall we?
Yes.
We haven't talked about old Hunter yet. He's filing an ethics complaint in Congress.
Because they didn't give him his Coke back?
I mean, no, but you're not that far off. So, they've been sharing images of Hunter's laptop in Congress. And they've been going over the Burisma scandal and the dirty money and all of this different news that's been coming out. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know how like when you're with your friends and you're joking about something and then one of your friends goes way too fucking hard in the paint on the joke and they like drop an N-bomb or something like that. You're like, whoa, dude, take it easy. Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of did that with Hunter Biden's laptop where she took Hunter Biden's laptop photos of him fucking hookers and showed them on the floor of the House of Representatives during a hearing. She just took pictures of him with his cock out, fucking chicks and getting blown, and essentially showed porn during a United States House hearing. You know, I remember when that one guy yelling out, "You lie," when Obama was doing the State of the Union. That was like the height of
That was, oh my God.
Yeah, that was inappropriate. That was like unprofessional. That's the worst thing that had ever happened back in like 2009. A guy yelled, "You lie." Now, we got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert basically having catfights on the floor of the House all the time, calling each other bitches, yelling and screaming. Then you got Marjorie Taylor Greene also showing fuck pics in Congress. And not just any pics. It's not like she turned around the laptop and went, here's what you do. She blew them up and put them on the things that you put on the thing. And she showed the fucking blow pics. Attorneys, yes.
Nice term.
The fucking blow pics. Attorneys for Hunter Biden filed an ethics complaint against Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia after she held up embarrassing sexual images from his laptop during a congressional hearing. Biden attorney Abby David Lowell sent a letter to the Office of Congressional Ethics demanding an immediate review of Greene's actions on Wednesday during a hearing of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting. This week, your colleague has lowered herself, and by extension, the entire House of Representatives, to a new level of abhorrent behavior that violates House ethics rules and standards of official conduct, Lowell wrote. If the OCE takes its responsibility seriously, it will promptly and decisively condemn and discipline Ms. Greene for her latest actions. Now,
right. It's so unforgivable what she did. Forget the fact that she's just showing what someone else did, who's the fucking president's son. Yeah, it's so the ethics of this. Like, are you kidding me? Your piece of shit's the one who did this stuff.
That's kind of how I thought. I was like, well, wait a minute. She didn't show anything that didn't exist.
Yeah, she just showed what, again, the president's son has done.
Right, on the laptop where he was also talking about shady business deals, bribing people, all this other shit.
Shouldn't the ethics committee look into that stuff?
Right. Kenneth says, love it. This country is in a downward spiral. Fuck it. Let it burn. Right? So.
Not wrong.
When it comes to like her showing this shit, I get it. It's jarring. I understand that. If your complaint is like, oh my God, it's weird to see basically porn on the House floor, that's a little weird. But at the same time, it's also far more weird for the president's son to be taking bribes from foreign nationals that, ironically, were now basically handing over Taiwan and giving hundreds of billions of dollars to the other country in military aid after we provoked a war for them. It's a lot weirder to see that guy fucking on a laptop where he's discussing all these cover-ups, and there's videos of him smoking crack and all this other shit. I mean, if he didn't do it, she couldn't show it on the House floor, is the best way I can put it.
I mean, I hate that she's doing this because it's a bit of like, I get it. You're trying to be sensational and stuff, but it's a bit of an overreach in my opinion. Like I said, it's throwing a lot of, because you're not going to change anything. When your dad is in control of the Department of Justice and you don't get held accountable for having a firearm and illegal drugs at the same time, I kind of feel like, are we really going to hold him to account for anything?
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Hunter Biden, like trying to pick who's the good guy in that. It's like, hey, here's Forrest Gump and here's Bubba. Who's in Mensa?
So, fuck. Marjorie Taylor Greene is like the Dark Knight. It's not the hero we need. It's the one we deserve.
We just needed a blonde bitch dumb enough to show pornography on the House floor. That's all we needed. And by God, did she deliver.
Yeah, but I wanted it to be Lauren Boebert porn, all right? I wanted her to show some Boebert booty pics or something in their ongoing feud. I don't give a shit about her fighting Hunter Biden. I want a bras and panty match.
Right. I mean, you showed the wrong porn, dipshit. And isn't Lauren Boebert getting a divorce? So maybe there's a chance she did take some strange dick.
Or some strange clam.
Or
Either way.
Yeah, maybe we're going to get lesbo porn out of Lauren Boebert. If anyone's got it, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Let's get a pool and some pudding and do some goddamn democracy.
Katie Kidney says Hunter's dick is now forever part of the congressional record. I believe America's attitude is if we have to see it, you have to see it. Jericho, I'm just glad my tax dollars are finally being used for entertainment. Right? I feel like I've gotten a little return on my investment.
I feel like if you're working for C-SPAN, you're loving this shit. Because you're like, guys, I never knew I could work for Jerry Springer, but I'm working. He's dead, but I swear I'm working for Jerry Springer. What do we got today? Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene fucking fist fight on the floor. Holy shit! How does it get hotter than this? Marjorie Taylor Greene's airing dick pics of Hunter Biden. God damn it! I love my job.
You know what I love about Marjorie Taylor Greene showing Hunter Biden porn during a congressional hearing is that somewhere in that Capitol building were two guys having a debate if they're just getting older or if Congress is becoming less professional. And then one of them was adamantly going, no, we're just getting older. We had all kinds of fights back in the day. They just didn't have 24-hour news. It's not. And then someone goes, yeah, bro, Marjorie Taylor Greene is showing Hunter Biden fucking whores on the House floor. And the other guy's like, all right, here's $20. Lunch is on me today.
Damn it.
You win.
Actually, lunch is on all of us. I don't think they pay for their lunch.
That's true. Yeah, it's always on all of us. Friendo says it's crazy she did that. Let's call it what it is. No, it's fucking insane that she showed Hunter Biden fucking whores on the House floor. That's yes, you're right. That's a crazy thing to do.
It's also equally crazy that is information out there and we're not really looking into the president or their son.
Both of those things are insane. The fact that he was double teaming hookers in Ukraine while he was taking bribes is something that should be looked into. And someone should also pull Marjorie Taylor Greene aside and go, can you stop showing hardcore pornography on the floor of the House of Representatives? I didn't think this was a conversation we needed to have. But now that we're here, please stop showing smut while we're trying to get the country's legal system worked out. Thank you. Oh, boy.
Hunter Biden is selling custard chucker influence.
2:20 away from today's goal. Guys, we've got 10 minutes before we got to rattle the cans and try to knock this thing out. That is our life's blood, that $220 goal. Let's go ahead and throw a couple of bucks our way, keep the show going. If we knock our goal out, we go to 10:30. If not, we wrap up in about 14 minutes. So if you feel like chipping in a couple of bucks, MSO says easy win today, no goal. Yeah, look, I mean, the last week or so, I've been worried too, but our audience usually comes through for us. We do appreciate it. And hey, For almost 3 years now, we've been hanging in there with our small audience and keeping everybody, doing the show and everything else. And we are very close to working out something that's going to knock that goal down to lower than what it is right now. And
Times are tough.
What I'm trying to do right now is I'm just trying to hang in there until we can get that finalized.
Yeah, speaking of which, when does April's OnlyFans start? I have people asking me, and I'm not interested but a lot of people are asking. So there's a lot of hot talk.
Yeah.
About there's two wagers. People are saying she's going to go full bore right away, and the other one is it's starting out like bikini lawn mowing, and then we move from there.
The divorce happens first.
Oh.
And then she can have the OnlyFans. Dub says, best morning show, hands down, in my opinion. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And let's knock that thing out, huh? Zen Rhino says, either tell us what the secret is or stop teasing it. Edging is annoying. I'm just very excited, and I don't want to jinx it. And it literally is something that will rescue this show from and maybe make it impervious to the economic downturn, if you will. If that makes sense.
I could use that.
Yes, that would be really good. So 2:20 away. Let's help knock out that goal, guys. The e-begging commences in about 5 minutes. And also for overtime, we've got all of the 8 o'clock hour stories because I am going to open them right about now. And the rest of you, get your Steel Toe Coffee and April's Magic Bean at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You go right there. Mods, let's put that link in the chat. And you can go there and get your Steel Toe Coffee and your April's Magic Bean Coffee. Pick up a 12 or 16-ounce bag today. All of the prices on the website are what it costs for shipping and everything else. Shipping, the whole deal, perfect. It's all part of it in the pricing at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. William Halverson says, my dad worked with a 26-year-old grandma, had her kid at 13, then her kid had a kid at 13. Oh, fuck.
Well, that's one hot grandma.
Oof. Yikes.
That's only the second time I'd say that's a hot grandma. Because I knew one lady that was a stripper that was technically a grandmother, but she adopted. So she had this weird thing, like she was hot mom and hot grandma, but she never actually had a kid. It was beautiful.
April says, I choose Aaron. Oh, look at that. She chooses me over OnlyFans. Well, the beatings work. Zen Rhino says, today's coffee I'm drinking is half April's Magic Bean and half OG Steel Toe flavor. I bet you that's pretty good. And our coffee guy is experimenting with coffee-infused cigars. I'm having him whip me up a batch of Steel Toe coffee-flavored cigars. Okay. Interesting. There's a lot of potential there. Pick yours up at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Dub with $5 says follow suit. Hey, if you guys follow suit to Dub, we can knock this thing out in no time. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, Dub. Appreciate that. That's $5. That knocks us down to $2.15 this morning. Let's go on a rally. Let's do this thing. Let's knock it out. Let's keep your Steel Toe fed.
Let's make MSO eat it.
Yes, and let's prove MSO wrong today. That's the biggest part. Gilgo Beach suspect Rex Heuermann. They're finding out more stuff as they search his home and everything else. The guy who was killing all those hookers, who, by the way, that cop who ignored the tips and everything else, the stuff they're finding out about that cop, they might want to look into him a little further. I'm not saying he killed any of these chicks, but he didn't check on this guy after the pimp of one of the girls said to check on him, that he thinks he might have had something to do with it. The cop was dirty. He's been in jail now. He was, a big fan of hookers, shall we say. I mean, that detective
and
is
who better to make a copycat crime than the guy investigating the actual criminal?
Right? I mean, that cop is pretty dirty if you take a look at him. But they actually have been looking into Rex Heuermann's home, and they're finding out that they found a soundproof room that he probably killed those women in. And that's why he couldn't be found. And now they're using cadaver dogs to search his yard. So they're thinking there might be more people. So this guy was, he was thorough. And again, remember, people are saying the way he covered it up and the way he went about his murders, he did it in ways that that shows law enforcement knowledge. And that's where I'm saying, like, that detective willfully ignored a tip to investigate this guy. He, perused hookers from time to time. He was a dirty cop. I don't know. Once took time off from his job as a Manhattan architect to install a concrete-lined vault at his family's Long Island home. It's not clear if that basement compartment is the one cops suspect could have been a killing chamber or whether it is possibly the space previously reported to hold Heuermann's up to 300 guns. It's a serious vault. It had a huge, heavy-duty safe door. He went and poured new concrete walls, massive amount of concrete, to encase his room. It was maybe 2 to 3 feet thick.
Yeah, that seems a lot for guns.
Yeah.
Are you worried someone's going to dig in and steal your guns? I don't want the mole people arming themselves with my firearms, goddammit.
By the way, longtime railroad worker and neighbor Robert Musto said this about Heuermann. He said, quote, "This guy is a wacko." Hey, let's not jump to conclusions right off the bat. Let's be responsible here.
Yeah, you don't want to disparage someone. Keep in mind, sir, the case is still pending.
They got to look into that police officer, though. He called the victims' families years later, taunting them, says P.A. Cheddar. The fuck. All right, guys, we got to fire up the music. We got to knock out this goal. We got to keep this show going. We got to make sure we're not falling behind to start the week. I'm going to fire up the music. I'm going to grab the offering plate. We're going to throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to knock this thing out, guys. Come on and help out the Steel Toe and knock out that $120 goal. Fire up the music. Here we go. Foot stomping for the Lord of Steel Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, subscriptions. Let's do it. 215 away. Fill up this year offering plate and give us a little bit of hope this morning. Your favorite beggars, e-begging. I don't even want to see it in the comments section. Oh, I hate this show because they're e-beggars. We are e-beggars, 100% honest about how we make our money. It is on listener generosity. We do a great 4-hour show, and at the end of it, we beg our audience to throw a couple bucks in. If that's something that shakes you up, go find something else. Because here we go, shaking the offering plate and hoping the audience can get us through what's really been a struggle last 5 minutes the last few days. Not Friday, though. Friday was fantastic, but Tuesday through Thursday, woo, that was rough. Let's see if we can do it, guys. Just a couple of bucks a piece. We're pretty much at the homeless point of today's show. 2:15 away. Start the rally, somebody. Let's do this thing. 2:15 is a decent ways away, but we can do it. Fill up this here Steel Toe offering plate. I keep hitting refresh, and nothing is coming up. I'm starting to get a little worried. 2:15 away. Let's do it. Oh, come on. 09 Canyon says, hard to believe that his wife had no idea he was up to something. Right? I don't know. Some people are good at hiding that shit. The Mood. Thank you very much. Michael White, Stuttering John's Fingernails, Laura Pickle, Brian Boswick, and Jive Turkey all getting memberships. That's going to get us to 205. Come on, guys.
We're getting there, baby.
Follow the mood and let's get us all the way down. Friendo says lower your goals. We go out of business. I've got them as low as I can make them, Friendo. We're a tiny little show. I can't help it, man. Wheat Dip says beg train. Yep, we are filthy e-beggars. That is for sure. We got to do what we got to do to keep this little show on the air. No shame in my game. I want to be a broadcaster. And this is where we're at this point. Here we go, guys. Let's do this thing. Throw in a couple of bucks. We're 205 away. Kenneth gifting a membership. Need Trump gifting a membership. Thank you very much. It's an even 200 away from today's goal. Oh, blood pressure rising. Okie dokie artichoke and tongue clit both getting memberships. Steve is the man, says very shameful. You can go, buddy. That's all right. You don't have to be here then. That is okay. We're doing what we need to do to make it through. And that is all right with us. We've been doing it for 3 years. So if it shakes you up, you can go ahead and skedaddle. Sid Seraph with $9.99 says, let's go, let's go. All right, we've broken the 200 barrier. 195 away from today's goal. Let's keep it going.
Joe the Toe saying, I need a new pajama shirt. I need more than one. Let's do it.
Oh, man, we need all the pajama shirts today. Come on now, let's do it. Golden Loaf Piggy has, no, Corn Diff, no, sorry, buddy. That's not, that's hacky as shit, buddy, but thank you for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. Oh, no, I get it. He's taunting them. I'm sorry, Corn Diff. I had it wrong. Corn Diff's a good dude. I get what you're doing. I understand the joke.
How dare you doubt the corn?
I'm a piece of shit. Kenneth with another $10 says, oh, Lord, praise the steel toe, brothers and sisters. 185 away from today's goal. There we are. Sorry, Corn Diff. I'm in a way. We're a long ways away, and we got 2 minutes left in the offering plate segment. Oh, $5 coming in from Taylor. Thank you very much, Taylor. Thank you very much. Tin Man Taylor, to be specific. There we go. Union Jack chipping in another membership. Thank you. 175. There we go. 175 away from today's goal. All right, come on, guys. 175 is a long ways away. We got a minute and a half left. Let's get her done. Oh, yeah, I just said get her done. I must be desperate. Holy shit. Fill up this here offering plate. Oh, if we got to take a hard loss right in the ass this week, at least it's in the beginning. Oh, man.
Welcome
Minute
to the Crowder
and 10
Show.
seconds. Phoenix with 1488. I get it. 165 away from today's goal. There we go. Oh, boy. Here we are. There we go. Oh, boy. We got about a minute left. Are we going to knock it out? 165 away. We're getting a little closer. Who's going to drop in next?
Try
to
checking
help
over on that Rumble.
bail out the steel toe? Elcana with $5 says Hornswoggle for Vanna White's job. 160 away. $2 from Hobo Chili. He says, here you go, fat boy. Put it toward the cake fund. Oh, thank you, pal.
Wheel a step stool.
Oh, chasing beers, that's all right. You don't have to be here. Tubby, you don't have to be here either. Don't worry about it. 155 away from knocking it out. Here we go. Oh, this could be a rough one. 30 seconds to go. And it looks like we're going to have a miss today. Oh, well, it happens from time to time. We ended up hitting our goals last week. That was awesome. We'll end up hitting them again this week. April Take Me to the Lake says, put the hat on. It will help. There we go. Now it's a vaudeville hat. Carlos says, can we get an extension? At 155, I don't see how an extension's going to help. We're just going to have to take an L today. Oh, well, there we go. And cut. There we go. Let's check it out. Let's see if we got there or not. 155 away from today's goal. We'll hit all our refreshes, and maybe we're going to get a nice little half-hour break today is all. Dub says, great show today. Thank you. It was a very good show. I understand how it's going for people out there. It's just, look, we, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Luckily, every week, we end up knocking it out eventually. Johnny, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you. I look forward to being here tomorrow.
And, of course, Johnny will be here today, tomorrow at 6 a.m. Central. If you feel like throwing in, the Streamlabs and PayPal goal links are right there. We ended up down 155 today. A really big kick in the dick. MSO says it ain't the show, it's the economy. Oh, I hear you. Look, we understand the treachery. We understand the dangers of doing what we do, having to get the audience to pay your way. And, the way things are going right now, It's just people have different priorities. We certainly understand. That's why we're making moves to eliminate this goal, or at least most of it, for good. We will see you tonight at 7 o'clock. We will work to knock out the rest of that 155 the rest of the week. Just kidding. LLC on YouTube, on Twitch,
and Rumble.
on Rumble. There you go. Johnny, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate it. And we will talk to the rest of you tonight at 7 p.m.